стоял на видео месяц.
Так, народ, всем здравствуйте. Ну чё, а где? Слава яйкам, я нашел, где я сам себя слышу. Как много зрителей. Так я только запустил, алло. Откуда они высраться-то должны тебе? Так, чё, сегодня последний день, когда Артикс может попасть в финал. Ох уж этот чепухарти. Предпоследний раз, когда он играл, честно, я не смотрел. Но там ничего хорошего не вышло у ребят. Топим за X. Топим за чепухарти, чё? Так, хотел Скуби написать, но что-то Скуби отсутствует, походу, где-то. Может быть, ВК ему набрянькать. Сейчас посмотрим. Так, сейчас мне надо уведомление отправить везде, что мы с вами начали. Сейчас отправлю уведомление и пойдем. Буду комментировать вам. И еще Скуба надо позвать, может быть, Скуб придет. Так, я почти все. Так, а что у нас в таблице, кстати? Команда Артикса находится на 20-й строчке. А проходит топ-6 команд. Твою мать. У них сейчас ПТСов 20. Им надо минимум 2 игры выиграть, чтобы плюс-минус реанимироваться, да, туда? Да, вот это да. Ну, Пинки он тоже СНГ команда с Ринолоком. Они в 6 заходят. Вины тоже наши, да? Прям на первой строчке 93 ПТС. Нормально. Так, все, сейчас Ивану Хайрулину. Иван. Может быть, он спит, кстати, с его дурацким режимом. Хотя, если он его сейчас, ну, поправил, то... Мы, кстати, с вами вот эту вот пойдем открывать, наверное, в перерывчике. Сундучки там. Так, вот он, Артикс. Молодость, фейт, ротация. Заезжают, походу, они в ангары. В ангар, блин, как они называются? Я уже даже забыл. Барбузы. Амбары. Что это, блин? Зону хотелось бы посмотреть. Плохая позиция у команды PV. Что это за PV? А тоже что-то пинки, да? Тоже какие-то пинки они. Фейт нокает Джестера. Сможет ли добрать, интересно? Артикс еще разминает пацанов из OG. Даже кого-то покоцал. Ты смотри, агрессивно выходит. Стреляет. Джестера, я так понимаю, там подымут. Потому что они, видимо, 2-2. Но OG что-то, что это? OG, что это за... за ротация такая интересная? Очень широко играют команда Артикса. Прям очень широко. Очень... очень странно. Им бы тут стакнуться и убить этих двоих типов. О бой, они просто отошли. Артикс их спалил, походу, да? Они не так... Ну, типа, минус 2 поинта, просто отошли, просто ушли. Звука нет? То есть все это время вы без звука сидите? Твою мать. Сори. О, так ни хрена себе зона, посмотрите какая. И никто не верит в нижнюю, да? Никто вообще, даже намека нету на то, что это может быть нижняя у команд. Все уверены, что это верх. Очень хотелось бы увидеть нижнюю зону, очень бы хотелось. Это был бы просто фееричный пропёх по мостам, по воде. Это были бы такие замесы сочные, и в конце бы почти не осталось людей. Ну, типа, было бы финалочка раза в 2 меньше, чем должно было быть бы. Ну и чуваки вон даже без точки гоняют. Артикс катается что-то.
Now they actually need to make them work and actually use the points they gathered yesterday. Howl is a team that we talked about. They were also fairly inconsistent, getting massive.
Героики уехали. Фейзы могут сочненькие дропы забрать.
I've had a bit of a look at their games, and it's fair to say that in game 1, for example, their first fight they had to take was in phase 9, and that is just a massive sort of advantage. In the other games, they were managing to get into sides of the zone where would have to fight in phase 4 or 5, so really good early game rotations, but also a bit maybe a fortune on the side of where other teams were going and where they were going.
Так, ребят, не забывайте лайк прожать. Ну чё, пока они в полном составе, я не увидел... покажите нам прок зоны через 10 секунд. Чуваки, нам нахер вот это вот не надо, как кто-то кого-то разглядывает без... возможности, блин, зафайтиться нормально. Спасибо, что карту показали. О, да! О, да! Вот это да! Вот это хорошо! Вот это хорошо! Фейзы отлично заезжают, вины отлично заезжают. Хероики и пинки сейчас будут драться. Размены у команды X с командой ТЕ. Нельзя дать добить. Артикс в опене там стреляется. Не может нормально попадать. Хорошо. Последний остался. Должны разрезывать феериста. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой! И Фейта, и феериста сейчас заберет. Очень плохо. Гиря нокается. На Которе или Хакатори нокается от Бими. Ну вот как раз... Как-то так пинки попали между хероиками и СРМами. Риныч одного не забрал! Ай-яй-яй-яй. Что Бими делает? Минус Кьюрекси. Вины в итоге не уехали, что ли? Или он один остался? Лол, вины не уехали. Хорошая хае... Нет, не хорошая, он убежал. Если бы затаймил получше. Только вот сейчас... А, молодость в ноги от кого-то другого, что ли? Посмотрите, что делают фейзы. Фейзы едут на край новорепы для того, чтобы закрывать этот край. Ничего себе. Неожиданно для меня такой мув. С учетом того, что они могут занимать хоть любой кемп в центре. Видимо, им нужны, что поинт оформить хотят.
And even once they take out Bad Boy, he's not going to have any util left for him. He's used it all. He's tried to do his best with the throwable, with his M4. Now he's trying to find a timing onto Arctics. He knows the vault's not easy. He knows that the crouch jump is expected. But it's tough times for Exos. It's tough times for anyone that's still around the Western Bridge, still around that northeastern side of things. So many teams are in the blue right now.
Ну, боятся, втроем боятся пушить чувака, просто. Ну, я не знаю. Насколько же им страшно, я хз. Фейзы опять что-то делают. Что делают фейзы постоянно? Туда-сюда что-то. Самая охренительная разыгровка будет, если зона уйдет вверх. Еще одну хае греют. Ну давайте, давайте. 300 хае выкинем в одного пацана. Они очень боятся, просто очень боятся. Аллилуйя. Но теперь... Чё по ресурсам? Оба-на. О, не заметил. Чатик. They're trying to do some fishing on their own. MTB are doing the same swim that Polish Power did 30 seconds or a minute ago, but that means they're now in position to punish, and MTB is in position to either die in the water or to try and make a landfall. That's extremely... У меня тут яблоко запеченное с мороженым. Ё-моё. Неплохо. Поцик нормально там плавает, на дне лежит. Ну, Бими уже труп, я думаю. А, погоди-ка. Ни хрена тут команд. Все, Бими приехал. Honestly, Kobo, I don't think we can read too much into this game, except for the teams that succeed, because it's a write-off for so many squads. Yeah. It's a complete write-off right now. Молодость умирает. Зачем он приехал? Его чё? А, они все приехали.
completely has decided to sweep out of their buildings. 4 men just running at the coastline, trying to catch these players come out of the boat. So far, no damage has been done though into Exalt, and they've reconsolidated a little bit, and Howl instantly realized they want to
давайте турков-то переиграйте. По-братски турков переиграйте.
Howl got any of these nades to stick, but now they've got 2 players stuck in a 3v2, and the other 2, they can't really help.
Face is there just watching the cross really, so leaving those 2 Howl players.
Молодость хорошо вышел, но сейчас донаглеть может.
Goes down first. I'm not sure how likely they are to actually find the revive onto that, but as the player is going to be spotted, it looks like that's all but denied. Howl are centered up in.
Там поляки назят. У Артикса в целом очень хорошая позиция. Если они сейчас турков обыграют, отсюда можно выиграть игру. Хотя следующая зона от воды. Поэтому... Ну это как раз будет край. Ну, ладно, тяжело будет все равно. Но выиграть можно.
Once you get in, it's very fightable terrain. So a lot of these teams are just hoping to get just 1 foot in the door, and from there on, they should be all.
Нормально чуваки за зоной проехали, блин. Ой-ой-ой. Еда для фейзов приехала. Я так понимаю, они вообще весь мост хотят закрывать, да? А это все, это уже последние клиенты. При этом кто-то из пинков упал. А этот чувак фрикил, он же на машине ехал. У него что? У него кончился бензин, что ли? Понятно. Они сейчас в итоге будут сидеть на краю зоны без медицины, да? СРМ еще едут. Нормально, пацаны. А поезды отошли или нет? Вроде нет. Potentially going to hop into 2 separate vehicles for a little bit of extra safety. Bystanders will hear this, and it could potentially put them in a tricky position. They've got a tough decision. Но они должны умирать оба. Плохо пострелял. Ой, как плохо! Ни разу не попал просто. Это было очень плохо, чат. И эти мужики, вы посмотрите как. А куда? Куда ты вышел из тачки-то? Братан, ты куда? Эдди умер. В итоге байстендерс закрыли фейзов. Артикс турков так и не закрыли. Поляки сейчас еще туда по опену будут идти. И вообще бы это законтролить надо иксам. Футболисты вышли на байстендерс. И футболисты их сейчас развалят. Очень плохая стрельба от Флэми. Неточная. Ну что, минус байстендерс? Да. Ну, в итоге Марселек подошли! Блять, иксы, какие иксы? Как? Что турки, что иксы? Как вообще? Они просто по опену пустили поляков. Понимаю. Эти пришли край закрывать. В итоге сейчас от поляков откиснет Фейт. И команда X пойдет в лобби. Фейт увидел, хорошо. Но он умер. Пиздец просто. Простите за мой французский. Но это вообще шок. Контент.
I hate to see it, but this is the fight we've been watching. Foot has to try and make a stand. I said they were clearing their edge.
Все, в итоге поляки имеют позицию Артикса. И команду Артикса они тоже имеют. Слева им достаточно было там одного как раз оставить, чтобы он плюс-минус смотрел этот край. Тем более они жлоги. Футболисты с винами закусились. Неплохая стрельба была, но чуть-чуть не хватило одного попадания. Но Айро может. Айро может. Вот сейчас под этот файт, возможно, Артиксу надо было на ноге бежать под этих пацанов. Иначе что они будут делать? Простите, чат. Ну вот они выходят прямо сейчас, но очень поздно уже, очень поздно. Айро, конечно, держится, 2 нока у винов. Артиксу, ну, вот сейчас им надо быстрее разыгрывать, быстрее, зная про эти ноки. Молодость молодец, а Артикс чепух. Ну вот видите, они поздно подошли. Очень поздно они подошли. Ну куда, ну куда? Чуть не ошибся, чувак. Второй нок у Экстенза, его уже не поднять. Еще одного нокают, отлично. Шиши помогают. Но молодость, он очень неаккуратно прям пикает. Спреет до талого. И они уже сдохли. Гусяра просто вышел. То ли одним спреем их закрыл, то ли что, я что-то не понял. Поляки в итоге фулл составом нормально разыгрывают. И турки живые. А команда Артикса... Но они набрали 10 поинтов в этой игре. Поэтому пойдет. Нормально. Как бы... Не самое плохое развитие событий, но... Но могли больше набрать. Или 9 поинтов, или сколько они там набрали. Just sit on the terrain that they have right now, build the angles, and figure out a way to cross to the southern side of the zone when it comes around. It's going to be mostly interesting to see what Howl does with this, because they have possibly the worst spot in the zone right now. They've got some playable terrain. Мне кажется, если бы раньше Артикс вышел с молодостью вместе, они бы вдвоем могли намного быстрее закрыть ребят. For the circle to tell us where we're going, and that is fantastic news for Howl, and it's a heartbreak for Sheesh. I was about to say, like, Howl's position. Да. В итоге я в шоке просто.
that extra bit of cover that would really change this position to be so powerful. But the use of smokes and using this ridgeline to try and really suppress Polish power before they focus any other fights might just be the way to go about it. Grendis is going to try and backfill onto Fellas potentially, but they don't have to move out of this compound. It's really going to be a case of, okay, let's try and hug the wall and not get spotted, but...
Я в шоке от того, как поляки прошли под дом по опену. Может, там берег переделали? Может, там теперь не опен или что?
No, she's trying to find the timing, but the more time they waste here, more Howl is going to be trying to establish themselves on this eastern
Но,
side.
по-моему, там что с берега контролится эта пробежка, что с домов контролится эта пробежка. И мне вообще непонятно, как поляки прошли. Или их просто не контролили, или там их не видно, я не понимаю. Это очень странно. Майкл с ЕБРом, это уже... Солидное оружие.
Everybody here is just anchoring that smoke for Howl. I think that they know there's going to be a player behind it. It looks like a second potentially about to follow up as well. There's that little bit of a buffer between the two squads, but as Laser opens up...
Так, Марселек, домой. Но его подымут, походу. Хотя вот Мэтт нормально крутит так, нормально делает, но... Добить не добьет. Шиши должны умирать сейчас. Ну как он умудрился от зоны нокнуться? Разве такое-то... Такое надо за... Ну... Уж это-то можно было законтролить, блин, чувак, ё-моё. Салам, дружище, почему так часто пропадаешь? Удачного стрима. Я никуда не пропадаю, братан. Ты просто меня не смотришь. Ты просто смотришь только пабг. А Нави играют? А Нави уже прошли. Это лузера. Это сетка лузеров. Здравствуй, автоарматурщик. Какая картинка плохая, я вообще не могу. Просто ничего не видно. На ютубе, наверное, включить надо. Там, мне кажется, получше даже. О, нифига себе, на крышу Гарика вылез. Ля, какой жулик, а?
It's good stuff from the fellas here. Michael has the guts to get onto the wizard tower on the roof. That's how he finds Ruin there. Makes a big move for Polish power, but Tixu's instantly there to try and pounce on the back of this. As Mad gets another
Ай-яй-яй-яй, турки не вывозят.
He's last one up for Howl. But there's Tixu with the nades now. He's coming on in. He finds the first. He finds so much damage on the backlines of
Слишком аккуратно чуваки играют, конечно. Майкл еще лагзи занозил. Теперь они, значит... А, ну там 2 нока, 2 в 2, но им надо давить. Они знают про ноки. Ой, хорошо. Ой, хорошо. Как же хорошо! Как уверенно. Просто трахнули, простите за мой французский. СНГ минимум 2 команды в этом лобби, точно. 3 команды в этом лобби с СНГ. А где Beautiful Game? Куда делся Beautiful Game? Ё-моё. Слушайте, я пошел поищу трансляцию на ютубе.
That is wild. That is not a game they should have won. That is 18 points that could have easily been 0. That's gotta feel mighty good if you're fellas.
Yeah, it was a tricky one. It was a messy one.
Блин, что
Maybe we
тут
can find
качество
a little bit of
отвратительное.
method to all that madness.
Я
Some
вообще, я в
best
шоке
restaurant
от того,
and see what
насколько
they have to
плохое
say.
качество, ребят.
Thank you, boys. Holy moly.
Holy moly. А теперь мы с вами, чатик, пошли открывать сундуки с этой с тачкой. Я в пабг не заходил. Уф.
Yeah, I think what we should, you say where should we begin? I think we begin at phase 2 because that circle was disgusting. That ruined a lot of teams' games that looked to have good positioning, but the hard south shift onto the military island made it so difficult for so many teams. Like if you weren't taking a boat,
PUBG запустись по-братски. Так, чат, не забываем про лайк.
Just unfortunately got a little bit too close to Howl to lose some players early on, but held their position and then played the late game so incredibly well.
Давай.
With the numbers disadvantage, with Michael up on top Harry Potter, the Wizard Tower, just getting the angle with that MK, dealing disgusting damage.
Yeah, proper patient plays from the two remaining. I think that is fair to say here, as they get themselves 18 points on the board. Polish Power, 12 points. Froz, you know, I'm a happy boy because I get to pick either fellas or Polish Power getting the win. Either way, I'm happy with the result.
Hey, I think they are happy too, right? Both of the teams are getting a lot of points on the board. Both of the teams were needing a lot of points on the board. So this is a great start for them. What's not great for a lot of the other teams is that Win or Die and Howl is still gathering a lot of the points as well. These points
Чё тут, танец какой-то?
didn't get that much.
Победный танец насыпало. Да везде буду участвовать, конечно, только я в пабг не играю сейчас. Так, окей, что там мне дало?
It was just rough for a lot of the teams. Let's be honest. This kind of circle, ping pong back and forth like this, going all the way down to south and stuff like that. It is a rough one. Both the bridges being camped.
А что так лагает пабг? Жесть. Меню не открывается вообще. Вау.
Either the eastern or western bridge and just like fighting each other over there.
Not a common play, the swim, but it works out for Polish Power.
Жесть.
Kind of sat along what is effectively that kind of woods next to the beach, and were able to do things for quite a while there, Saga. But beyond that, I mean, we had crazy scenarios here, there, and everywhere. Mordok from Exalt manages to get himself up here on the board. They crashed into the position of Howl, which I thought Howl was going to hold them out a bit stronger.
Жетон Макларена? И что это жетоны дают? Так, а где вообще мои все жетоны? Опа! Перейти к созданию Макларена. Создание Макларена. И что мне надо для того, чтобы создать Макларен-то нахрен? Типа... Цвета классные. Я его еще грейдить могу разно всяко. Типа, мне надо 3000 этих штук? Или что? Или как? Ящики с трофеями. Ничего не понимаю. А из каких ящиков просто Макларен может выпасть?
Well, compared to some team comms from the past 2 days, that was quite calm and civil. I'm kind of surprised, Froz.
I'm not too surprised, I'd say. They're very disciplined players.
А, их можно хоть сколько купить?
You could hear Rustamar relaying a lot of the information, right? He was not still alive.
Чат, а вы что, не шарите, да?
make sure that he's watching, for example, Tixu, relaying the information to Michael exactly where the players are. Sometimes that will help out because then Tixu can focus on his own game.
А где мой билет
Help
выжившего,
Michael to
кстати?
locate where the enemies are, where to put the nades, where to aim, where to be prepared that a potential enemy player might pop up.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. Even if you are down in the game, you're still
Ничего не
a valuable
понял.
piece when it comes to those comms and information coming in. But anyway, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, more Erangel on the way for PCS 7.
Может, мне прислали, типа? Ключики? Ни хрена не прислали ничего. А что за фигня? Должны прислать. Так, ладно, что мы покупать-то будем, мужики? Я так и не понял, как Макларен создавать.
Yeah, how will you make the play? For me, for my money, all of those vehicles were a little bit too slow. You know what isn't slow, Froz? It's the McLaren that you could probably get in game right now. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I want to ask you, like I've been doing for the past couple of days, how many coupes have you been turning into McLaren? Enough to turn another one into a McLaren.
Too many. I can't count.
Yeah,
It's way too many. Way too many.
Well, you've got the one with the butterfly doors. I don't have that yet.
Yes.
I've got the other one, but I like mine anyway. Saga, are you getting rocked up with the McLaren? You getting?
А что с этих ящиков падает вообще? Предметы, которые вы можете получить. Эпический ваучер.
Don't worry, we'll hook you up.
Yeah. We're apparently the dealership now all of a sudden. Anyway, moving on quickly. Erengel's on the cards. So far, so good for fellas as well as Polish Power.
Ой, господи, давай. Погнали открывать. Что это такое вообще?
Per se, but fellas now moves up to 4th place here, Saga. Big for them.
It really is. There was a huge game, jumped up 7 points overall in the standings. They were one of the teams who was sort of lurking on the edge of breaking into the top 6, and now that they've broken their way into it, it just becomes a matter of consistency, keeping themselves head above the water. Maybe for PBL, they're looking at this and going, okay, a little bit more of the same, not too bad. Some of the other teams,
Где мой Макларен, алло?
their spot on 86 points, you know, is a little shaky. Heroic, FaZe Clan, Pink Pony, Bystanders, none of them got more than 3 points in that game. And for BBL, they're going to need 5 teams to overtake them on points. So they're okay with this, how things are going currently. But we know how all of those teams...
Еще бы понимать, на что я деньги трачу вообще.
Terrible first start of the game, but at the end, they came absolutely on fire.
Probably a feel-good moment for some of the teams that got themselves points off this game, Froz, because this circle, I mean, as Saga mentioned, even Circle 2 alone is an absolute carnage setter. I mean, East Bridge, that
Bonus.
15 minutes during that after that. It was rough for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, for a lot of teams, it's probably like, all right, let's never mind that game. Let's play like it's a best of 5 instead. But unless your name is Win or Die or Howl right now, there is no way you're hitting the brakes yet. It doesn't matter if you won the game.
Ну и все. Ни хера не дали, получается. А, вот отсюда.
Just behind you right now. That is on your back and they are chasing you. So there is
Получается все.
a lot of teams end up towards the top and fighting each other. And as soon as they start figuring out, oh, this is a team that is a big threat for us, they might just try to go there, try to third
Тут
party
какая-то хрень.
before they even try to get into the zone or something like that. It might potentially happen something like that.
Well, I asked Froz who his eyes were on going into Erangel. Saga, I'll ask you the same. And also, what was that device? Was that your notes that you were...
Получается, у меня только 430 этих хренек. А чтобы создать Макларен, надо 3000.
Looks like that might not be the case, but that is where they get a lot of their points at the start of yesterday in particular, was how just
Понимаю.
compounds around that area. But now after
Понимаю.
we're looking at the likes of FaZe Clan, of bystanders as well.
Типа, это только скин на Макларен?
Right on the edge of that top 6, but they need a little bit more to go their way to actually solidify it.
Или это скин на ту машину, которая будет превращаться в Макларен, когда ты в нее сел? Мне вот интересно.
So far, so good for fellas and Polish Power, who were able to get themselves plenty of points on the previous Erangel. That was a lot of P's. But now we head over to the mic slingers themselves, Chunks and Kovo, for Erangel 2.
Все там. Второй Эрангель начался.
That is right, boys. Apologies about that. Forgot to unmute my mic. And we are back here on
Как купить G-коинов, находясь в России? Не знаю. Нифига ты спросил.
It's unfortunate. It does happen every now and then. At least it's at the start of the game. It's not in the middle of a clutch. It's not in the middle of a team fight. So we've missed you talking for 5 seconds.
Куда это Артикс летят? И почему они втроем?
It's not the end.
Или они...
Everything is so far. No one's even landed yet, Chunks. Don't worry too much about it.
Фейт вылетел, что ли?
That's a relief. Kicking things off as I mentioned.
Фейт вылетел!
Руслан, привет, вот зашел тебя поддержать.
Здорово, Каравай, спасибо огромное за поддержку. Фейт перезашел, походу. Ну, Фейт, скорее всего, умрет.
Polish Power is a team that's shifted towards this as one of their drops. I think, especially with Win or Die in the lobby. We've seen them yesterday as well. We've also seen. Another team that you have to touch on when you talk about drop spots is Foot Esports here. They like their multiple.
Zona.
They have absolutely been swatted by Entropic in the hot drop when they first started landing there, so they had to leave it, and now they.
Зона хорошая. Зона интересная хотя бы, блин. Ну, Фейта сейчас убьют. А, нет, Йорд поехал куда? Они как будто про Фейта-то даже не знают.
Inside of it and very little land. Now, when we've seen this circle, was it yesterday or the day before, man? They've been so exciting. They've all kind of merged into one at this point. When we've seen circles like that, they've been messy very early on. I think that phase 2 is probably going to decide it, though, because this is one that I think most teams are fairly familiar with. Honestly, I don't think there should be too many problems.
Я реально не понял, про Фейта не знали или что?
What's going on here with Exalt? Did one of their players crash or something, or did they just jump too early? I'm so confused.
Big shout out to the observers for showing us this. That's not that easy to show off. They show us the minimap of the other 3 Exalt players, and they show us what Fate's doing there.
Фейт либо... Я не знаю, что он там. Мне кажется, он вылетел. И перезашел как раз вот... Потому что он даже не шевелился, когда упал с этого самолета.
Trying to mess with any of that mansion forest area, but I'm a little bit happy to see him disengage that compound as well. Seeing Yort die there to a player that is there because he maybe was AFK or crashed in the plane would have been an absolute tilter for the bystanders. And as one of the teams who has a lot to lose in this elimination stage, that would have certainly not been really what they want for their mental going forward.
Really not the best way to start as Heroic now. Be looting up towards Hospital. It's going to be a pretty tricky rotation, I think, for them. Pink Venom, though, things are getting pretty tricky very early on as Nex almost got taken out of that vehicle then. That could have been a very unfortunate start to the game. Pink Venom going to be working their way through as she's not too successful in finding the shots, but at the end of the day, it's one headshot short of everything falling apart for them.
There's some wild rotations going on, Pink Venom. They got to get around Sheesh, but we also have MTB going through the middle of Team Elite around this sort of farm area.
Блин,
Again, MTB
знаете,
not in a bad spot in Circle 1, but an extremely
взял у Маши пару чипсов, но есть одно но. Я не чувствую запахи.
Plays already deeper into the zone with Jester and Turkin, and then they have one somewhere in between. This is gonna get, this might get really crazy once again, Chunks. We haven't really had quiet.
Это такая без запаха, конечно.
and this is feeling like a potential crash coming out for MTB, and well, there it is. Bad Boy finds a good bit of damage. Wada has to be careful, has to try and dodge and weave with his UAs. Are they just re-crashing on this solo?
It looks like it. Bad Boy's doing what he can to try and survive, but it looks like he's going to try and back out of this one in the end. The M4 clearly out of ammo and unfortunately almost out of health. Oh, the spray comes through with the AK and it works out. Bad Boy going down early. That is a real casualty here for Team Elite, a player that we spoke so much about and with good reason. Don't get me wrong, there's still plenty of chances for them to try and close this up as they are one of the first teams.
Да, солёное нечто.
So, I mean, at least they've got something to work out of, but we saw yesterday what happened in this very same position that they're holding when Foot Esports moved their way.
Такое странное это, без запаха, конечно.
You hate to see it. It's always rough when you get crashed zone 1 and you can't really just take the fight. MTP is going for round 2 on Pink Venom as well. As we see a few knocks happening in the kill feed. It's just, he makes the right play there, I think, by disengaging. It's just a little bit too late. He's too slow with the dacha to turn it around. No chance to get out of there. Feels bad for Team Elite. Feels bad to die in Circle 1 while our team is just full flying into you. As we see Exalt in a similar location we saw them last game, hoping to group up with Fate.
Я не понял, это что, это у нас Артикс вылазит или это молодость вылазит? А как понять?
I'm interested to see which teams end up fighting early here, whether we are going to see those big compound crashes that we've seen a lot in the past, because with the zone like this, there are so few playable positions, but at the same time, we often see squads that do make these late rotations. Look at Heroic, Pink Pony, Fellas, Win or Die. They often play a little bit.
Ну, Артикс должны вообще спокойно по берегу проехать, вообще без каких-либо.
If you're a team that can find order in that mess, then you're going to be in a very strong position going forward.
Без каких-либо проблем и сопротивления. Там некому их принимать даже. Но они встали на перекрестке, блин, чекать, может быть.
To just not send for this super concentrated area we see between Polish Power, FaZe, Bystanders, that area around the road that allows you to play into the southern circles and into the lumber mill circles a little bit.
Едут дальше.
Popular, gets super stacked. You'll see teams 4-man crashing a compound in circle 1. You see, for example, Foot Esports or Bystanders super concentrated around that area. There is really a lot to be said for playing it like Howl did, and they will do again here on the shelter or prison side of things, or like an Entropic like to do on the very far south of it. Just getting so much more space and getting the opportunity that once the circle comes to you, you have tons of information, you have tons of angles already built up, and if you're not quite sure why that's so good, I think you should go back and watch how Howl won that Milta Power game. They were in the same position that they are in.
Пинки очень долго что-то. Еще прочекать решил что-то, что ли? Или он встать полутать?
And Howl still won it. Just because of how slow and how calculated they played it. So I think there's tons to be said.
Вот это съели пацана бедолагу.
Give themselves credit to.
I like it when you see a team actually bust out the coordinated shots. It's not something you see too often, as you saw in the replay there. By a second bullet, he'd already found the knock.
Там чел вообще в закрытую сидит.
It's a little sweaty at times, it can feel like, and it does take a lot of coordination, but look, if you
Это еще их Фейт решил не трогать.
And you know what, if you want to support,
Ой, как нос свербит, мужики.
you should probably get hold of those PCS 7 skins.
Ужас вообще.
30% of the revenue does go to the prize pool and to helping out the team. So if you want to help boost that prize pool and give them all the more to play for, make sure that you go and purchase some of those skins.
А где... Ага, понял. Ну, у фейзов такой жадноватый сплит. Не знаю, соберутся они, не соберутся. Въедет кто-нибудь в них, если сейчас. Ох уж эти шиши. А, так он сам выпрыгнул из машины? Он сам из тачки выпрыгнул, его не нокал никто. Охренеть. А с перепугу, что ли, или что?
Really not showing much sign of stopping. T-Bone does pull into the farm compound, but it looks like Beamy...
Нави прошли, это сетка лузеров. Ребят, Лукас.
soon demonstrate exactly why they are pulling that one off. Maybe it is just going for trying to bank on something a little bit further.
Ну, как-то не нравится мне, как встали эксы. Не уверенно, не уверенно. Гири может выпасть. А, так они там гидрокса еще нокнули. Может даже съест, нет? О, так он его сейчас реально подъест. Боже мой, это какая зона хорошая, если им надо сейчас прямо на завод херачить Артиксу. И Фейт там непонятно вообще, что он там, как он, где он там. Молодость, почему так долго? Ой.
Everyone is able to make something out of, but at the same time, the thing that we love about PUBG is the fact that it does have that randomness, that we can get circles like this, and ultimately, in my opinion, and honestly, a lot of other people may disagree, having these wacky circles, the teams that come out on top are the ones that I believe are truly the best.
Поляки опять отлично заехали.
When all the odds are against them, fellas, but they're trying to find that consistency. After game one, it's certainly on the right track, but those rotation shots, nothing landed.
Лакза, хорош. Хорош. Фейт опять вылетел или что? Ну, у меня только одно в голове, что Фейт 2 раза вылетел. Я просто не могу понять. Он сейчас врезался в тачке в ящике, сидел в тачке. Я еще думаю, что он делает? Молодость сейчас может сдохнуть. Молодок. Ну, боже. Ну почему так? Почему? Ну, чуваки, вы и так втроем. Какого хера вы делаете? Артикс в ноке. Ой, бляха-муха.
Artix is pretty much eliminated, likely to be flushed out unless his teammate can find that revive very quickly. As Eris throws down the smokes, it looks like he should be able to. Die, though. This is rough, going straight through the center of Howl. Currently the only team that's really threatening that gap. Ruin goes for the spray onto Gusiera, but unfortunately is not going to find any success with it. Instead, only finds Grendis's bullets straight to the body.
Артикса доели. Ой. Гидрокс в воду улетел. А нет, не в воду. Слушайте, там нормальная нычка такая. Ой, хорошо нокнул. Ой, сейчас взорвется ведь! Или что он там? О чем он там расчехлял-то?
And even though the fellas do a whole lot of damage, they are Polish power not going to be able to pounce on that. Going to have to get that res back up.
Гидрокса доели.
Fighting off worse as Howl. Not a pretty fight, not an easy one. This is where Howl sort of crumbles, chunks. When they have control,
Шиши поднимаются.
when they're able to build up their shifts, they looked fantastic. When they had early conflicts, they were losing members quite consistently, and this is another one of those games, and it's another challenge.
Боже, Артикс, какие они, конечно, я вообще не могу. Просто на ровном месте, что молодость отдался, что Артикс.
How that thing just popped, the majority of the zone now being water. We are guaranteed a mill to power ending at least, which I guess that's a positive if you like the action. Heroic gonna be first to
Я в шоке.
but it's gonna be fucked. Esports landing some shots onto them. Day also going to be going down. T-Bone eliminated on the rotation. A tire is actually popped. But in the end, the kill is stolen away, and the point going the way of Pink Venom instead. Heroic. I thought they were just going to play the dip around this location. It looks like they want to move all the way up top, and Fairest is waiting for it. The nade is perfectly ahead, maybe just a little bit undercooked. It's now being caught with a headshot. Exalt really causing a problem even as a solo.
Боже, просто заезжает, как это, как себе домой. Я в шоке.
And they need something that gets them into late game for free. Now she's finally cleaned up the rest of Howl. Free kill on the drive by the Groza is going to close things out, but a lot of time invested for Sheesh, a lot of time for other teams to close out the gaps and close out the edge of the circle. As we see right now for Sarvim.
Он не увидел, что ли?
Pink Venom's ready. Kasu might have the angle. I think he spotted Baron Peak on that jump. Now he certainly has.
А тот чел, он вообще здесь?
Another kill for Pink Venom. It's another tough game for Sarvim Esports, and the rest of them as well. It's just flying on in next to multiple teams.
Нихера себе. Нихера себе, чуваки въезжают. Нихера себе, чуваки въезжают.
Well, he's going to be flushed out as well. I thought the smoke would be enough, and Marcelik, well, those shots are enough to find another kill on the board for Polish Power on grind with only Uno. He's going to spot out Cappy, lands a few.
Но они даже из позиции не могут перестреливать эти OG. Это очень слабо.
There's 14 teams remain, and well, if Pink Pony land one more nade, it's going to be down to 13.
Ну, Феерис сейчас умрет.
I believe I said last game that we haven't really had a quiet early game yet, and this is what we get in game 2. Now, Feiris steps up. That was looking scary for a second. He lined up a very nice first kill. He's not able to get any more. The Bison is still fragging. The Bison is still putting DMR damage in. But look at his breach. FaZe is cleaning up Pink Venom just like that. That's 4 kills in a heartbeat. That's a point injection if I've ever seen one. And now Katurkin, he's cruising on into the dip. He's looking for Yanni. Does he know he's at the rock? Now they've heard the information. He's jumping over. Yanni doesn't know. He's coming around the side. What? How do you turn that around?
I have no idea how he just pulled that off. I think it was maybe
Слушайте,
that went for the third parties. They took down Yanni in the end, but
футболисты играют намного лучше, чем команда Артикса. Это вообще отвратительно. Вы понимаете, что футболисты больше, чем Артикс?
In Milta Power as no other team outside the circle right now. It becomes a little bit of a TDM for the next 30 seconds till phase 4 makes its move. Remember that the water should have been cut out of the zone as well, so it's anyone's guess where it goes in phase 5.
Polish Power finally lose one. Kruni is a little bit too far ahead. Looking to get some northern side of things. Will not die punished quickly. Remember Polish Power as well. They were on those rocks earlier, shifted deeper into Milta Power because they realized someone was going there. We've got FaZe on the south, and we've got Pink Pony on the hillsides, and then Foot Esports still sitting in small power, still pretty and still in the zone with a lot of possibilities now to make the move on out.
Чуваки хорошо приехали. Были на заводе, они были Milta Power вторыми после фейзов Артикс. И как так обосраться можно было, я просто не понимаю. Ну я просто не понимаю, блин.
It's just a waiting game for now, isn't it? Just teams popping
Да.
shots, die Pink Pony and really
Почему они по одному?
have an option here where they could theoretically try and take an early game fight. I guess you could say the same for Footy.
Почему два тиммейта в одном месте, молодость в другом? Не понимаю вообще.
Want to wait because that next shift, if it does go to the west, will push a lot of those Milta Power teams down to the west and potentially in towards phase. So then when that fight kicks off, it will give them a lot of respite in terms of that rotation they want to make through, and hopefully not as much pressure. So I think that would maybe be why we're not seeing Foot moving just yet in this zone. But as they do send players into the vehicles, it might be them trying to get a little bit expeditious and open things up a little bit more. Dead barely remains in it after.
Вот смотрите, зоны, да? Когда когда большая часть зоны это вода, игры смотреть намного интереснее. Нет этого затяжного начала. Ребята сразу же за позиции начинают файтиться.
than just trying to shift into the depths. 80 pops ahead onto Rastamar. That's an easy res to get. It's still, again, a first aid taken, some armor damaged. That's about to be it for fellas. The circle goes northwest. Almost everyone's sitting pretty. Correxy will be going for a little bit of a sneak play. Pink Pony is the one that has to...
Bystanders вообще уже в будке сидят, блин.
Like we said, maybe going into bystanders, maybe going into that fence area. They're all mounting up. They're getting ready to go. And there is still a
В гарике там тусят с кайфом.
that they can just pull up and try to start making plays out from there.
30 seconds until that phase 5 moves, and it's for esports that really start to get proactive in this zone. They've got themselves a couple of nice dips to work with, and I really like the proactivity coming out here.
Не знаю, туркам надо было байстендерс убивать. И вот сюда вот подъезжать к ним и убивать их.
Maybe not realizing he's just opened himself up now to Foot Esports. Zone starts to make its move in just a second. The majority of teams still yet to make a move, by the way, including Win or Die and Pink Pony, who
Забила. Во второй ног отправляется.
That means a whole lot less pressure coming in from the east. That means Pink Pony not being able to flex out nearly as aggressively as they would have maybe wanted to. Once again, it's the same sort of ridge that Foot Esports could have competed for if they wanted to. But they have decided to shift.
Ну, как только с этого завода этот чел уйдет, они спокойно тут играть будут. Им просто надо подождать, пока он идет.
That sort of fence line around Milton Power is going to become a focus point, Chunks. And taking out teams that can wrap around you, stab you in the back when you're making the play deeper into the zone is massive for Foot Esports. And unless Foot doesn't have a vehicle to get Western out of there, they should be in for a decent zone 5 and usually skip for phase 6 as well.
Weston, the final to make that move to group up with the rest of his team. For that end game, and I think realizing majority of teams are going to have to make a move out of Milta sooner or later. They still need to be aware, though, that this is not necessarily their end game position. There's probably going to be more movement yet to make. Norkis, with a couple of shots there, does have a bit of success, but can't convert it. He's getting to that point in the game now, though, Kovo, where everybody's vests and helmets are kind of shot, so it's worth taking those shots, because 1 or 2 mini bullets might be
different to what they would have been
in the early game. It's always worth finding that little bit of damage, burning that util on the other side of things, and then just softening up those knocks when they finally do come around.
Armor especially is such a big topic in the late game, and it's why we see players pop off so much more towards the end, where the armor is weakened and you can just get kills a lot quicker. Cobra with another good bit of damage over the top. It's gonna sting for Team Elite that they don't have Bad Boy on the server right now, because they will have to take a fight into this phase 6 no matter where they go. It's not gonna be on them, and there it is.
Ну вот,
fence,
футболистам все равно пушить байстендерс надо.
With the playable part. The bystanders and Foot Esports have the 2 positions on the west that are
Байстендерс все-таки потеряли того типа, который туда лег, да?
Everyone else has to just compete for that fence line. It's going to go absolutely crazy inside Milta Power, and it's going to go absolutely crazy on the northern side as well.
А, нет, или они давно уже потеряли типа.
Facing a little bit of difficulty on this rotation. I think everybody in Milta Power really will now.
Спецназовец идет.
Space just becomes more and more limited. Polish Power, Norkis getting ready to open things up with a Molotov. It actually lands very close to go Global Army, but it's not going to be enough to actually set the player on fire. Dead. Moving back. Team Elite in it till the late game. They were pretty settled inside their compound, but now they have to start changing things up pretty quickly. Phase 6 about to make its move, and you have to think it's just a matter of seconds till everything happens at once. Here come the nades, and surely this is the push from Polish Power.
This will be a push from Polish Power. This will be a push from Pink Pony. We already saw Dead outside marking trees for his teammates to see if they were in the zone, putting the quick marker down. Now he finds
Extend сейчас отправится в лобби, возможно.
Still early and getting punished by Marslick. Now
неужто они не читают?
He has to not get too close. He needs to land the 2-tap, and it's a headshot in a
Ой, жесть.
Massive extents can peek on over and help out.
Лаёш минус.
But that's a nade coming in. That's enough damage to at least get the knock before he gets traded. And that nade is actually flushing things out.
Как же вины не предусмотрели такой момент? И футболисты в итоге решили не пушить, да, встать в ЛГ. Угу. Ну, ладно. ТЕ уехали, и они, видимо, решили, что они могут здесь встать.
Especially up against a team like Win or Die, you've got to be careful. Keanu does go down to the Molotov, though, as Foot Esports going to be making their push through. Iro is the first player on that squad to be eliminated.
Вот по результатам двух этих игр пинки уже вылетели с топ-6.
He will likely just be trapped in the back, but no, actually remaining in it just about, and even looking like he might be able to get his teammate up.
It's going to be a bombardment. If they have more nades, they're coming into the top floor.
Винов закрыли. ТЕ. Байстендерс сдохли. Ну ладно, молодцы футболисты. Все-таки запушили, все-таки смогли, получилось. Набрали смелости. А Артик сдох.
For a few circles, and now they're completely alive. Chunks 10 kills already, 5 on AC4 and Gustav. They're looking to make that more into Polish power, and they're not going to stop there. They're looking to take a fight to the fellas as well.
Marcelik tried to make a bit of a peek, but as the final player from Polish Power, it's not going to be easy. He wants to work his way through, but fellas are just doing everything they can to deny it. They're also making their entrance into zone now, so it could be his opportunity to sneak up from behind. FaZe Clan really just waiting for their moment to strike. They've already got plenty of kills on the board. They just want to finish off the job. Here is the replay, though, on what happened with...
Ну, это реально Кобра.
Laying there prone, he waited and well, the
ужалил, получается.
In the end, decent kills to keep Team Elite in it and ultimately get them 3+ points on the board.
Super important points as well. They want to stay clear of that bottom 2. They're making a big step towards that. They're not going to be competing for a top 6. They're not going to be competing for...
Чё, победа? Как думаете, футболисты смогут оформить победу, находясь в лучшей позиции на карте?
Ringing around the smokes. He knows where the circle has gone. He knows where the blue must have pushed Marcelik into, and that's all that they need. Kill on his tally, gets the placement point as well. Michael over the top might find Fex here.
Сейчас ФЗ с Филой подерутся, и все зависит от того, сколько разменов там будет. Но с каждым разменом у футболистов все больше и больше шансов на победу в этой игре.
As soon as Russell lands those shots, the rest of fellas will likely turn their heads in the same direction. I say that, but as FaZe start to get involved as well, it might just be enough of a distraction for Cobra to sneak his way through. The shots do land as Cobra tries to return some of his own. He falls to zone to denying those points, and now it is fellas versus FaZe. 8C goes down as Fex tries to trade it out. 11 kills on the board for FaZe, and it looks like a med as well.
Но FaZe пока в полном составе и подымутся.
Safety before going for that revive. Tiksu does fall to range.
А вот Фила
also going for a bit of a third party.
потеряли двоих уже.
But it's just not enough.
Троих.
FaZe are setting up an absolute firing line right now, and fellas just really not able to get through it.
Миракью. Ай-яй-яй, футболисты, и все, FaZe поняли, что тут чел.
He cannot play proactively anymore.
No, and it was always going to be hard to get out of that warehouse, but FaZe showing good discipline there, making sure that they're covering the angle even while getting the res, making sure
Gustav
they're not
getting
all too much, but there's that third party, and even though they have a good idea of where Miracle might be, they've now lost a player. AT has no vest.
Густава инста поднимают.
It's an instant knock, and any knock that Miracle gets could get instantly flushed out by Foot Esports as well. So FaZe have to be extremely careful if they want to have any chance of winning this game. Now the scoop is there, the lineup there. Oh, Miracle looking for a bit of a win or die moment.
Ну, позиция ультимативная, конечно, у футболистов. А как будет исполнение? Преимущество по количеству игроков у фейзов. Футболисты, если получат хоть один нок, скорее всего, это все для них.
Look, keep landing shots like that. They're not going to have a problem winning this game, but it's easier said than
Ну,
done.
это что такое? Слишком широко. Так нельзя играть.
Gustav who finds the damage. Boosts coming out all around. No real surprise, as I think the mini 14 battles kind of tend to lend to that. So the mini shots almost land onto Diggory. He's just trying to maybe bait out, get a bit of an angle onto where they are, but now the headshot being returned, and if you're a helmet, you've got to be a little bit worried in this match. Smokes come through from FaZe to try and dissipate those lines of sight. There's more coming through kind of defensively from FUT Esports. It looks like they want to start gaining some ground as well, as I think they've accepted FaZe are likely to do the same. Iron with the spray, 2x Groza, not quite enough to convert.
В итоге FaZe спокойно выходит.
Just anchor. It's a waiting game, and
Ну,
spotted
ну хотя бы этого надо было нокать.
Still not enough, Kovo. It feels like every time FaZe should lose a player, they make it out by the skin of their teeth, and that just happened again. Fex with the headshot before being traded out, but it still leaves FaZe at a man advantage. Gustav makes it 2, as it's all onto Western for FUT Esports, and you got to think his chances are slim. It's a 1 versus 2, but 80 is spotted out in the open. He returns the fire himself. The Westerns down low, and importantly, he's onto his last first aid. That vest is cracked a couple to the chest, and it is over for him. Going for the repeat, spots out Gustav, confirms the point. Unlikely to do the same on X, as Diggory anchors that.
Без шансов.
Well, it's all over. FaZe Clan 17.
Да, футболисты из лучшей позиции не разыграли, конечно.
Honestly, they were not in the best position in terms of guaranteed qualification. Now it's looking a lot better for them.
That is 2 really, really big games for our winners as well. And you could see it right there. I mean, FaZe Clan were not in the position to win that game. Sure, 4v3, but you saw the runs they had to make.
Ну ладно, чё, ребят. Ждем следующую игру.
He had no right to get a knock there. And the same for Gustav. Massive peaks coming on out. I think Western made it a little bit close towards the end there, knocking down 80 and getting into a good fight, or knocking out Gustav, excuse me. But oh man, that is a statement from FaZe. That is beautifully played out of Power. That is tons and tons of kills, and that puts them on a really good spot on the leaderboard. Once the desk discusses it, we'll see how it exactly looks.
Слава, мне кажется, грубовато звучит,
Yes.
нет?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm just gonna get it out of the way. Saga and Frost joining me here. Frost, what do you think? Do you think footballers should have won that game?
Look, I think FUT Esports should
Ладно,
have won
ждем
that game.
следующую
I'm just
игру,
saying,
мужику.
they should have won that one.
У Артикса шансов
go their
нет.
way, let's put it that way. That's as simple as we can put it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. But, I mean, on the flip side of that saga, let's be real. Good job by FaZe to be able to get themselves, well, was not only a load of kills over in this ridiculous circle in Milta, but a lot of damage, and actually get the chicken dinner off of it.
It's what separates the top teams from teams that are, we can optimistically say, pushing to reach that level, but when it comes down to it, the pressure is on, you're in a disadvantaged situation, just landing those shots, the composure is the difference, and we saw a little bit of maybe shaky nerves. We know that FUT Esports is a young team that has just been put together with that veteran presence of Iroh, who nobly sacrificed himself for the cause, and it all sort of just fell apart. You could see the shakiness in some of the shots towards the end, a couple of whiffs, but FaZe Clan, I don't even know how it's possible to get 17 kills in a zone like that. They sent it into the south side of Milta Power. They held crash after crash and still kept 4 alive when it came to pushing out at the end is just mind-boggling.
Well, it's quite poetic, really, I think, for FaZe to win a Milta Power circle. It has been so long since we've seen this be their mainstay for us, their home. It was even a different iteration of the roster completely back then, but they get a wow, jeez, Iron, calm down. But they get this win off of the back of Milta Power, and it's good to see.
Yeah, good to see. Back to where it all began, basically, for them. But I really like how they took the southwestern side of Milta Power, of course, because that is the strong side. And it kind of tells the story with how they play that out, right? You can easily get out of there, but you can also easily hold people out. You have good buildings to have used as cover as well. Compared to the other sides, the southwestern side is by far the strongest one.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan, of course, they recognize this. They're going to take that straight away. They're super fast on that rotation, which is crucial because then they get to pick wherever they want to be playing from. And yeah, they just basically sweep the floor and just grab all the kills here. And they basically just focus one team at a time. They're not trying to force anything. Time after time, you can see how they're just pushing one team. All right, damage done. Let's go and push on the next team. And they keep on doing this until it's only Foot Esports left against them, and they just go for them.
It's looking great here for FaZe. And I mean, when you look at this finish here, Saga as a whole, this is a finish where it's effectively an urban ending. And they played this very well, knowing that all of these teams were eventually going to have to try and get to the edge of Melted Power. Ooh, as thunder rains down in the background. Crazy stuff.
We heard that.
That's the gods of FaZe coming in to give a shout out to AT. Once again, like, it's really telling. Look at the longest kill stat there. 6 kills on the board, 800 damage, all within 100 meters. Whereas on the opposite side of things, we saw Lyra in the head-to-head. Only 2 kills over 1,000 damage, with the longest kill being 300 meters away. That's because Footballists, they were holding on to mini power for a long time. They played the edge. They really had no one contesting that side of the zone after they wiped everyone out, and were taking the long range shots. A lot of third partying coming in as people were trying their best to maneuver around Melted Power, but FaZe did it the best out of everyone.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Well, I'm getting word actually that Thor wants me to head to a FaZe team speak moment. So let's hear from FaZe.
I'm just running in the middle.
I'm watching outside. Saga, I'm running as well.
I'm just running at the tower, by the way.
Yeah, go for it. Just 2 plays, guys, if we need to.
Right, guys, shoot me.
Can't fucking see him.
Knock power right.
Nice.
Have your left, Vex,
I'm
have
on the
your left.
wizard. Left. He's on the rock, on the left of the wizard.
Hit once on the rock. Get in it, Gustav.
Knocked, one up. I don't know where last.
Behind,
He's on the ridge behind the wizard. Green mark. Just play slow if you can.
He's low behind the wizard.
Yep.
I'm
Just play
healing,
slow.
Peeking left side of wizard. He's 1 HP behind the wizard. Behind left side wizard, peeking you still. He's gonna go for a heal.
Just get to the crate in the middle, but
Get some cover. And you have zone on him. You can have zone on him if you get something. He's peeking left side wizard. Still peeking left.
Can you run to me? Flash. I can rise.
he has no razor. Just get to the crate.
Nice.
And there you go, a FaZe win coming in here at PCS 7 Europe. And I think what's cool about that, Saga, is a team as proficient as FaZe is going to be able to make that work, taking alternate angles, making it difficult for Foot Esports to focus on. Very good move through what is no cover whatsoever, really.
Like we said, composed and clean communications all the way through. But I think one of the standouts to me was at the very, very start of the clip, Fex just showed their confidence. Maybe even you could push it as far as to say a lack of respect for the opposition, just to say, you know what, guys, I'm just going to run through the middle and see what happens. And it works. They're 3 players up, all on different angles. He gets a knock before he goes down, and then Gustav does the same thing. And that is really the huge turning point. The fact that FaZe, while their position was really, really terrible, they had the extra man advantage, and they made it completely work against a Foot who was a little bit shaky on some of the shots.
All right, well, break time. When we return, one final Erangel here for our elimination stage. We'll see you in a few. All right, welcome back. We've got one more Erangel.
Uh-oh. Thunderstorm hit,
Oh,
and
he got it.
we lost Calaris, but I guess we'll just
It's okay, we've got a backup. Yeah, we've got a backup Calaris right here. So after game number 2, I don't know what's going on. Circle number 2 is cursed today, but all of those teams that we maybe expected to be the ones to pick up the points have come out the best of it.
Yeah, they have for sure. And this is worrying if you're BBL right now. They must be sweating a lot looking at what's happening. With these 2 games as well. It's some of the roughest circles we've seen so far already from Circle 2 in both of their previous games here. And that makes it so rough that BBL was probably pretty happy about that because they were thinking like, all right, you know, with these kind of circles, anything could happen. And the teams that actually is gonna get a lot of points shouldn't be the ones who actually need it. But that hasn't been the case. It's actually the teams that BBL doesn't want to get the points who are getting them. And it's looking grim for him right now. But of course, we still have one more aerial to go as well.
We absolutely do. And I mean, we were talking about it in the break of every single team that BBL needed to not get points, including Polish Power, which rest in peace to James's Polish Power. But all of them now, FaZe Clan Fellas, Foot Esports, Polish Power, 20 plus points for the day, and look how much the gap has already closed. FaZe have already surpassed BBL. Howl are extraordinarily close. Foot Esports, Polish Power, they could very easily do it, and that puts BBL very much in danger territory with 4 games still to play.
4 games still to play, but I think one of the biggest question would be like, what's gonna happen with the last aerial here? Because we have some teams like Bystanders, right, that is really good on aerial itself, but they haven't been able to perform at all, and that is a little bit because of the circles. And now coming into just one more aerial game, can he turn this around? Can he get enough points? Because they're gonna need to perform on Miramar as well. And a lot of times, you know, we've seen them, yeah, they can do good stuff on Miramar as well, but usually they're only able to perform on one of the maps, so hopefully they can turn around on Miramar later on.
If we just take a little peek at the other end of the standings as well, teams like Pink Venom and Team Elite are closing the gap onto the other teams that are in the danger area. Not only BBL, like they're the exciting team that we're talking about, maybe having the chance to get to the finals, but the likes of DA, RFI, now within 10 points of a lot of the teams that are potentially going to push them into those elimination slots that might not get a chance in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and I feel like some of the teams down towards the bottom there, right? They're struggling a lot. We see MTB with 1 placement point, OG with 7. It's time for them to maybe think of, all right, what if we only go for kills instead? What if we just go for the early fights? Just go for that. Try to put as many points as possible on the board for them, just to make sure they're not the bottom 2. Because as we mentioned earlier, the bottom 2 is not going to go to the last chance qualifier, which is going to take place tomorrow. And it is a best of 6 tomorrow, where we're going to have 2 more teams that will move on to the finals as well.
A best of 6 where the top 2 qualify, which is maybe worrying news for a couple of the teams. Heroic, if we look at their performance so far on Miramar, it's been huge, but Erangel has really been letting them down by a lot. Only 3 points gathered in the first 2 games today. They've had a bit of an unfortunate time on some of the rotations as well. Getting very close to win or die, who at this point are pretty safe, have nothing left to lose, so wouldn't be surprised to see them just completely run it down at anyone they come across early game.
Definitely so. And yeah, so we're gonna head on to the last aerial game. And with that said, you know what? We cut off some dead weight here on the desk. Who would you cut off on the mics over there?
Oh boy. That's a rough question, especially when we're now the ones talking. I don't think there's dead weight here. I think, considering how well the boys managed without Calaris, there's a proposition there to be made, but I'm not going to be the one going for anyone's job right now, Chunks. I'm happy to be sitting here. I'm happy to be getting treated to crazy circles.
Короче, решил я поесть, посидеть рыбку без нюха. Как оно будет, интересно мне. Наши тут есть. Так, погнали, рыбка без нюха. Просто будет что-то солененькое, да? Такая хорошенькая.
Heroic kind of disappointed so far today on Erangel. It's really their last chance to make that move, and you'd hope that now
Где Арти?
things into gear and get that momentum started.
Вижу, где Арти. На меншине.
There is something to be said about resetting when the maps change, but realistically, I feel like that is just sort of wishful thinking.
Странно, они упали, конечно.
You can get going any game, and the earlier you do it, is just better chances for the rest of the tournament. It's obvious here, but there's that sort of tendency for casters to say, oh, the right time to start is now, but I feel like the right time to start is now every single time. And a team like Howl, for example, that hasn't been all that great today, has now got another one of those circles around Yasnaya where they did fantastically yesterday. So maybe for them, this is the game where they can finally get things going.
But which approach do you take now? There's kind of two ways of going about things. You either consolidate in Yaz, you take a compound, or I guess you...
А зона-то, кстати, неплохая для Артикса, да? Может, даже они неплохо сыграют?
They are very crashable, and we do see those kind of four-man sends because they are hard to scout, and it's not necessarily they get crash because they're easy to crash, it's more so they crash because...
Ну, смотрите,
we didn't know anyone was...
у них 32 поинта. Нет, если они выиграют 2 игры, они пройдут. Я так думаю. Ну, могут, по крайней мере. Зависит от того, сколько фрагов сделают. Так что, ну, надежда есть. Хотя потом еще там же Last Chance будет. Только я не знаю, это будет сегодня или нет. Вряд ли, наверное, сегодня.
Decide to bully you out of this tournament or out of this elimination stage. So you really want to get the points on the board early. You really don't want to leave it up to the
Вкусная рыбка. Еще бы запах чувствовать, вообще было бы круто.
Careful when we bring up, and that's the leaderboard, because obviously with it being a group stage and elimination stage, but it's group based, there is a lot that we can read into with it, and we need to try and avoid that here. But I think the important thing to note is the fact that BBL's still not going to be safe, and it's really FUT esports, I think, that are going to be the main decider in that. You could say Polish Power as well, just because there is only a 1 point difference in that. But the fact is, look, Howl and Fellas are likely going to pass BBL at this point, just because of how many points they've been stacking up so far today. Howl, Fellas, they need a half-decent game.
А что Марселек тут контролит?
Really going to be the question. Can they pass BBL? And then the same goes for Polish Power. So that's
Они типа прочекивают, он не знает, что там. Фейт опять вылетел. Или что?
There is always a chance. There is always a chance as well that FaZe may completely go haywire and just win 3 games. And then suddenly it's not looking all that bad for BBL. But if...
Но экзам нельзя жадные сплиты забирать. У них неуверенный файт.
There's just so many teams that can have one pop-up performance and suddenly be up there with you. So I wouldn't like to be in the shoes of BBL right now, but
И вылетает фейт.
well aware of how slim their chances are. I've already seen their coach announce their loot spot for the last chance qualifier, so they are they are certainly ready to play tomorrow, and they're not going to be awfully surprised either.
Look, as long as you're prepared, I think that's something that I tried to touch on yesterday is, okay, just because you're in a bad position and you're in Group A, as long as you have 2 Group A teams below you, you don't have to worry. It just becomes now a case of today, watch every match, prepare, do your research, tomorrow, make it count, because it isn't the kind of thing where you can just come into it and think, okay, well, we've made it this far, we can definitely qualify. There's only 2 slots, and it's a best of 6 to try and make it happen. In Sarvum, trying to make something happen as Voldemort with the rotation shots. One of them actually lands right there, as it looks like not many more to follow. They need to be careful.
Но эти СРМы тоже потерянные.
Split from Sarvum, and it nearly goes horribly. Luckily, Voldemort there for the fire support keeps his teammate alive, but whoa, that was a risky one for Baron.
Не намного лучше, чем эти OG.
Yeah, questionable. I'm not quite sure what the rotation pattern is, especially considering half his team is already on the eastern side of the circle, and then next is cruising through a ton of teams right now trying to group one up. So a bit of a miscommunication maybe from PV, maybe a little bit of a struggle trying to keep the cars close together. They are getting punished here for it now, at least. Already keeping 3 alive, but you can already see the effect of driving solo chunks. There's just one car to shoot at for all these teams. It means one car tanking up all this DMR fire, taking all the damage, and it's smoking so bad already. You don't want to make a second rotation with that. Being close together with 3 cars, maybe 3 very fast cars, orange, sexy cars, not going to be that shout.
Нормально
If you wanna get
приехали.
yourself on those sexy orange cars, or maybe even a different color, get that McLaren, make sure to equip it in game. And
У них, походу, установка стоит, чтобы постоянно
I'm not gonna say it's the fastest vehicle.
внимание уделять Макларену, что ли?
Any other four-wheeled vehicles in the game, as phase 1 works its way through. Really not too much happening in the grand scheme of things. I think the beauty of this zone, as sporadic as the compounds are, is also the kind of selling point of the fact that there are such wide open areas of terrain. You can grab a compound that might not be in a traditional circle very powerful and just be able to cover a huge amount of terrain and prevent rotations from coming in. So if you're able to get something like those yellows in the field and you lock it down early enough, then the likelihood of the zone coming to you sure isn't super high, but being dead center always helps with that one. We've spoken about phase though, haven't we, Kovo? And I think we should maybe talk about them a little bit more because, I mean, Fex put on such a performance.
Капец, Фекс молодой, блин, 23 года всего.
Yeah, it's also just
Густав тоже, 23 года всего. Диггери 22 года всего. Эйдзи тоже 24 года. Ну, ё-моё.
I think comms do a really good job at just letting us know what's going on in game. And I think a lot of people have Fex down as the guy who just runs at enemies and tries to win a 1v1 and wins it 90% of the time. He's a whole lot more than that. He's fantastic at tracking the kill feed. He's fantastic at figuring out situations, what needs to be done at what time, and communicating that as well. I think just in that last game, you saw it from just that 1 minute of listening to the team, you could get a good idea of the position he plays in the team. And it's good to see them come back here on the last day of the even stage.
It's good to see confidence from Team Elite, though, as Scream opens things up. I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to really capitalize off of it. Renalock able to third party through, takes down Dead, and it looks like
Нормально ты приехал, блин.
Scream as well. Oh no, Warday accidentally runs himself over, so that leaves MTB as just a duo now. It is going to be Bad Boy left up, though. See what he can do with his teammate alongside.
Как у них 2 тиммейта нокнулись, я так и не понял. Там кто-то еще их контролил или что? Привет, Шаман! Алкашу пилюлю прописал? Да нет. Не помогает. Зубило с мутантом, блин.
I think it was a good fight to take. It just doesn't work out as they try to breach the building. Now MTB getting punished a little bit by Pink Pony. There's a chance that they just close on in onto this, take the 4v3. They have now gotten the res almost through on Junzi. Gives them a chance to at least almost equalize the numbers. And Pink Pony not looking like they want to full breach this, not looking like they want to make a fast and aggressive approach on this. Just grabbing a free kill point. Looking on in from the outsides, waiting for the circle to pop is a really good strategy here for Pink Pony as well. You don't want to commit for a fight like this if circle is perfect and you could get a free spot somewhere, or if the circle is really, really far away and you have to send it to the north.
Ну, прок такой себе для пацанов из X.
But with the amount of open terrain down to the south and how it forces so many teams up to that northern hill, it really is one of those things where teams have to decide what their play style is. Are you in a Wrangle team or are you a Miramar team? It feels like
Они сейчас стакнутся в Кате. Ну, эта позиция такое. Даже не знаю.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. The starboard terrain is pretty wild and it's pretty unpredictable. Teams tend to.
Ну, знаете, сколько не вспоминаю эту зону, всегда мне кажется, что это была одна и та же зона. Плюс-минус. Вот где пинки сидят, ПВ, вот там вот плюс-минус закончится зона. Ну, тут слишком мало вариантов окончания, типа. Она может уйти еще туда, на гору. Но не особо сильно.
on the eastern side of this map.
10 seconds until phase 2 makes that move. Most teams already.
Вот тут вот может плюс-минус где-то быть. Вот тут вот. Вот тут вот может быть. Ну, типа, редко она там бывает. Чаще всего вот тут вот бывает.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there. I think you could still.
Ну, давайте посмотрим.
Northern apps, have your cars safe, and have a really doable approach towards the fellas. You sort of pull up below them. You have some teammates holding from far, or you pull up while there's a fight happening. Certainly a possibility. But I think a lot of teams have just found better positions or have just completely disregarded the possibility.
На стриме Одесски на Батуле с Хирычем сказали, что Тёма плохо стреляет. Ну, мало ли что они сказали, это первое. Второе, я не знаю, в какой форме сейчас Арти.
As always, we talk about it so much. It's playing the odds. It's you got a circle that's not very likely to happen. It's got to have a big payoff for you to still bank on that possibility.
Во-вторых, в close fight он точно их перестреляет, я думаю. Если он в форме сейчас. Ну, с ДМРок, да. Ему надо подтягивать скиллуху.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You don't want to mix ammo counts, or maybe someone's got a suppressor already, but certainly nice to pick it up. We've seen the Groza completely pop off.
Ты не понял, они сказали, что это на него не похоже. Ну, у них мораль такая в команде. Они боятся.
A circle, and well, that is a Stalber circle, a true one at that, is a circle with lots of mid-range engagements, lots of long-range DMR pop-ups, but also just fighting over ridge to ridge. So Groza is maybe a little bit more powerful in a city ending or an ending where you're in the Yasnaya forest, but this is a circle.
Они сейчас опять выпадать будут.
You want to be a bit more long-range equipped. But first, I think we should maybe talk about the rotations that are going on, because there's about 7 teams just in this Yasnaya field chunks.
Oh, they're very tricky
Пока везет.
to make as well. I think Exalt have to be a little bit excited about the fact that they have a ridge to work with to use as cover. Hakatori, though, he don't need no cover because he can hit his shots. Baron Peak gets taken down as well. That's 2 players falling to Pink Pony. Almost look for a second like
Чуваки просто на ротации из тачек повыпадывали.
Actually stealing away on those knocks.
Да.
Some really nice fire, but not enough to find any points out of it. And now potentially pulling up directly ahead of MTB as Katurkan plays point.
Once again, Hakatori doing what he does, nails 2 players out of the car. Polish Power is the one to benefit, and like you said, I mean,
Слушайте, когда у тебя нет нюха, обоняния, ты же даже не можешь понять, продукт хороший или плохой. А как вот на вкус понять? Вот вкуса плесени же не будет. Ты только запах плесени чувствуешь. Допустим. Забирают фраги. Вы смотрите, просто ангар свободен. Офигеть.
On the other side of things, though, we should point out the Pink Pony down to extremely low health. They are going to need to try and get back into the swing of things very quickly. Win or die, trying to defend their compound as best as possible. But it's Foot Esports that are going to be making a rotate past. It looked for a second like Western was going to lead it, and that is a really smart bait there from the players making the long rotation. It doesn't work out too well, though, as Iro does fall. And now Leosh completely open outside the compound. Nade comes through, but it's not going to connect, or maybe it will.
Съели без шансов, втроем зашли. Лайош, если отсюда не дернет, то... А, ну он отсюда и не дернет, сейчас тиммейты приедут.
Love the confidence from Lyron as well. Just running up the stairs, running it down, taking that kill instantly, immediately.
Ой, а умер Экстенс.
Now Automavizi has to do the same thing. Extens is not ready for it all. That's so much damage. He gets the chance to go for a repeat, but the barrel is strong.
Да.
Automavizi is a flush on the cards.
Ну, глупый мув был максимально лезть в окно.
So dominant on their first day in this. Today they haven't really been able to get anything going. They don't need to. How crazy they popped off on day one, but they're definitely showing some signs of weakness. The Giant can bleed, and now Foot Esports getting some much needed kills, much needed points on the board. In the 3v1 in the compound, it's doable for them. Play it that way.
Certainly is, especially with a flashbang like that. Beautifully bounced and the timing on it as well. Sarbum, though, they're trying to make something of their own happen here as Global Army takes down two, confirms one of whom as the rotation seat swaps. Shots come out. Still nothing coming out of it, though. Neither player able to land what they ultimately needed to. In the end, Global Army finds a little bit, but he's switching over to that Mini 14. Miss aims in the wrong direction. And Renalok should be there to sponge it out. A lot of whiff shots in that fight. I think it's fair to say. I don't think any player will criticize, will be upset about me criticizing.
Молодость фраг делает?
We all make those mistakes. Everybody panics.
Или он просто нокнул? А, он просто нокнул. Ну, слушайте. Сейчас Артикс опять сдохнут же, блин. Там шиши сверху, пинки слева, поляки едут снизу.
FaZe is taking casualties here, and the entry is made for Foot.
Weston trying to avoid taking too much more damage, but as FaZe obviously have off angles, he's out on his own. You've got to think they're all trained onto him. Pink Venom are still inside of this compound, which is the only reason he hasn't got himself any safety. 80 is actually waiting on this. I think FaZe realized this is two separate squads, and it almost seems like they're waiting for them to deal with that solo before taking the engagement themselves. He sees the head. He's
Ой-ой-ой-ой.
finds it, followed by the body.
Повезло, второй раз залетело.
The opening that FaZe were looking for, and potentially Foot Esports also.
This compound is always such a mess. It just opens itself up to get crashed from the north. It opens itself up to get pulled up from the east. And then on the south, you have ridge lines people can run up to and move on over. Now, Pink Venom are the first ones to feel the pain. FaZe Clan about to suffer the same fate, though.
П3 начинокает.
We focus on Foot Esports all that much. FaZe
Второй нокун на Которе. Уха Которе, точнее.
They know that there is pressure from that eastern side as well. They know that they don't want to overstep, especially not get
Пока Артикс без нока.
with the DMR in hand. That would be the worst case scenario. As they just put such a good game onto the leaderboard, and now
Хакатори забрали Зубилу, нокают. Ринич дотекает.
they've been a factor in this fight. They're making things a little bit more awkward.
А что с поляками-то? Зубила умирает? Ну, Эдди, а зачем этот риск был? А вот и поляки. Пушит молодость. Куда, 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 чувак? Сейчас нокнешься. Ой, бля.
Out in 10th position. It's only Arctic's left trying to remain in it. His teammate is nowhere to be found. And how? Well, they are just trained down onto the final Foot Esports player, realizing they can salvage a point out of this with barely any effort.
У них молодость очень часто ошибается.
Direct competitor for a PGC slot, and well, just as they deal with Foot, they take their eyes towards the bystanders, do damage there. It's a 4v4 that's already down to a 4v3 now. Rough times for the bystanders if they get caught here. This is the one team they don't want to lose a fight to. This is the
Они начали их обходить в итоге вообще.
Now Hurt gets a good nade over the top, maybe dealing some damage, and that's not just the damage, that's a knock, that's massive. It slows down the push so much for the bystanders. Look where Keanu is as well. Hurt's nades are holding together the bystanders right now, but Flamey's got to be so careful. That's another banger of a nade though. Oh, Ruin 10 is all he's got left. That's a flush on the card for Hurt, but there's a really such a messy fight once again. Oh, the bystanders, they were looking good there for a second, but now things have fallen apart.
Still.
Но байстендерс могут нормально разыграть это, если подъедут там два тиммейта. Артик снокает одного мужчину, второго нокает Шиш.
Just at a bit of a disadvantage right now. Sheesh, though, able to take down Cappy from Polish Power.
Опять вдвоем остаются эксы.
Polish Power now down to just a solo in the form of Norkis, and he is being peppered out in the blue. Sheesh look to try and find that.
Фрикил уже вышел над Фейтом.
As long as Artix isn't going to be able to do that first, we should also point out Sheesh have free kill all the way down this.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Maybe thinking this is all one team and not in fact a solo and a duo.
Tricky situation on the western side of things. Got X-Hold struggling rather with Polish Power, now struggling with Sheesh on the other side of things.
Artix умер.
Trouble as they come out the ridgeline. Artix last one up, and he's so close, but they know exactly where he is. And that's clean from Danny. She's one of these teams that haven't really been able to get going in this.
Шиши тоже умирают.
Really in a position to reward themselves with the top 6, but definitely showing some signs of life. The fellas want to benefit on this fight. They want a third party on it. So far, not able to get any damage into remainders of Sheesh. We have another circle coming on in as well, and oh, it goes perfectly onto them. I was about to say they might have to think about moving away from this, but they really don't, Junks. They got a circle to the southwestern side. They can stay here for as long as they can.
Tikzu takes down Dedrix, though, and it causes a bit of a problem as now that player who was kind of playing point and at times...
Ну, Шиши спустились, закрыли Артикса, но они поплатятся за это, они умрут все. Слишком хорошая позиция у ребят из Филы.
Power to try and just find an opening knock and just sneak their way through.
Фила win this game, я думаю.
To a cliffside, taking cover and hoping bystanders and how deal with each other before they really have to take any shots.
Хотя там героики сейчас к ним, наверное, могут.
Man, it feels bad for the bystanders as well. They had such a good position to play out a good game from, and now just down to seeing other teams in front of them pull away further and further. Heroic picks one up as well. That's a team that's closing in from behind.
Ну, короче, Фила win this game.
Another team you don't want to give a kill over to, as we're down to 4 teams. Down to 3 4-mans and a duo. With Howl and the fellas really putting up good performances today. That circle is not being kind to any teams on the line, especially considering that there's 8 players there. They have to fight for this room. They have to fight for it quickly. And maybe once they get out of that fight, Chunks, there'll be fellas just...
Ну дайте мне, пожалуйста, нюха немножечко.
It might just roll down and land perfectly onto Ruin if he's not too careful. Correct, he tries to find a bit of an angle, but it's going to be the Mad who, in the end, is the one to
На полрубля хотя бы.
Still just entering the edge of the smokes as Page looks to do the same. Lands a headshot.
А то что ем, что не ем, блин.
To convert. Leads, though, are extremely close and close enough, in fact. They're able to get a knock. Laser also getting eliminated, and it leaves Ruin as the final player doing everything he can to try and salvage this, but it isn't looking too promising. Spokes up as the tree and the rocks should provide a little bit of respite as fellas look to try and get involved as well by the looks of things, as Heroic taking so much fire is like a ring in a dinner bell to a certain extent. Ruin, however, does return.
Нихера себе он там шьет.
But it's Beamy to shut things down. Now Heroic push through further and further. 7 kills on the board. They were much needed, but fellas are coming in behind.
It's fellas and Sheesh from both sides. The 2 knocks are just too much to deal with. Oh, that needs a little
Перелет.
bit. The second one, it might just barely get hero corrects you down. It does a few licks of damage, but not enough. And well, there's the follow-up DMR shots. Rustama and Tiksu get 2 down. Close out Heroic just like that. But what is that from Corexi? A good last stand. But no chance to get out.
И вот сейчас, если бы Шиши не закрыли Артикса, они бы тут могли играть. Но все равно Фила топ-1. Вообще нет шансов. О, что? Нифига себе. Ой, ну это забей.
headshot onto Grendis. Yanni,
Клоуны какие-то.
shots coming in from afar, and the need to follow. That's the end of things. Fellas get themselves a second chicken dinner, this time with 7 kills. We mentioned
Он сейчас взял и проиграл игру
that they were a team that was
своим
too
драйвбаем.
aggressive early, and that was potentially the reason they weren't.
Хотя шансы были, ведь небольшие, но были.
And it seems to be working. But before we go, Kovo, I have to mention Michael must have been tilted by that shot, because when he was looking over at Heroic, he checked, he saw, okay, everybody down there is knocked, I can't see anyone. He looks away, and as soon as he turns away, Correxy just pops up, taps him in the head, and he is out. That is one of the most tilting ways to go.
It is. He'll forget about that pretty quickly, though, with how many points they were able to got that game. I think one thing that we weren't able to touch on that game as well is they were in that warehouse compound far off to the west, but they were holding a really interesting 3-1 split that entire game until circle shifted a bit to the east. And just from that compound that they then rotate into, they're able to win out a consistent and convincing late game. So shout out to fellas, good macro games, and a game where they don't take a fight early. Is the game where they actually get away with the win. We'll let the desk talk about that and more, and we will see you for the next Miramar game.
That's right, I'm back. The thunderstorm has been kind.
Ну ждем.
I'm okay.
Следующая карта Мирамар. Ждем тогда. Давайте делайте свои дела и возвращайтесь. Не забывайте про лайк.
Yeah, of course, and we heard Kovo mention about it in the end there, how they had that 3-1 split and managed to group up later on there. They knew that, all right, Justy or America got the better compound to work from. It wasn't like the best compound, but it is the high ground as well, so you're going to get a lot of information from that alone. They chose to go there, and I mean, from there, they were just holding everybody off. They were shooting at everyone because they knew that, all right, we have full control over the circle, over the game now, and once again, they're able to close down the game, and I'm pretty sure this is going to solidify them a spot into the finals now.
Yeah. It's as if all the groups are kind of taking turns for having an absolute pop-off day. Of course, in day 1, we had Win or Die, day 2, Howl, and now it's Fella's turn with a first, a third, and now another first here, Saga, to see them just constantly rocketing up the leaderboards.
Yeah, they really only picked up most of their kills at the late stages of the game. Like we said, it was a very solid position early, but that's always the downside when you have a zone like that on the side of the mountain, is that it's very hard to find positions, and when you get that powerful spot, that compound, you're pretty much clear for the couple of 100 meters around you, because everyone else is forced to play on the edge of the zone, which is what we saw from teams like Heroic, like Bystanders, who were favoring that style, playing a little more on the edge, controlling their side of the zone, and just trying to go for third parties when the opportunity arises. But in the end, that just led into more teams who were trying to do the same thing coming from the opposite side of the zone, like Howl and like Sheesh coming in and just clearing everything out towards the southern side of the zone, and Fellas just big chilling up on the top.
Yeah, definitely. Just having the whale of a time up there. But at the same time, some of these teams on the edge had to really fight things out here. Froz, Lazar being able to do plenty of damage on the south side of all of this proceedings. But so many of these teams on the edge had, I think, a rough time of it, trying to find themselves some sense of stability.
Yeah, where we were playing, I mean, it is so hard to play towards the center unless you have the compound where Fellas was in. It is just about the edge, and that's why it was so stacked on edge. And the whole north side was basically just heroic territory for the end of the game as well. So basically, you had all of the teams just cramping around the edge on the south side of the circle, fighting each other out. And of course, we saw how once again being able to get a lot of points on the board with 8 kills and a full place. But I mean, I think we gotta talk a little bit about Sheesh as well. They had some phenomenal games here so far, putting up I think it's like 20-something points. And same with Foot Esports. And Foot Esports is one of the teams who's actually chasing to get himself into the top 6, while Sheesh might be a little bit too far away from it. So there is still so many teams that is chasing. Heroic, for example, they got themselves a few points. I think it was 12 points in this game. That is something they really need, because they've had some really terrible games so far. And from the look of things, if it continues this way, if they don't rack up points like they did in the previous game here, they are going to be in the last chance stage.
Yeah, Froz, you bring up a good point here. And Saga, looking at this, because right now, BBL has got to be, they have resided themselves to the last chance position at this point, right?
It's very, very rough for them, considering that we said there's about 7 or 8 teams who were potentially in a position that if they had a good day, if they picked up 30 or so points, could try and threaten to push them out from that spot. And all of the teams, barring 1 or 2, maybe heroic, but they had a good shot in the final game, sort of turned their fortunes around a little bit on Erangel, picked up some points. Pink Pony not really showed up yet, so maybe they can do something on Miramar. But the rest of the teams that were in position to try and make that push and threaten BBL have picked up on average around 10 points per game, which is exactly what BBL wanted to see not happen at all. And a large part of it comes down to Win or Die is not able to have that same level of dominance that they had. Maybe it is a little bit more of a fast and loose playstyle because they know they've already qualified, but they're just not taking away as many points from those other top teams that we know were coming back into the mix today from Group B.
Also, I guess harder to have similar levels of dominance when the circles have been quite wild. I mean, 2 out of our 3 circles here for us have been proper crazy for these teams to try and react to, and Fellas, of course, of all teams, has actually reacted quite nicely to them.
Yeah, I guess in a way they've been a little bit lucky as well with the positioning, but it's of course calculated to a certain degree as well. They know that, all right, we want to be towards the center of the circle. This might not be like a primary position we want to be playing from, but for this circle, for this lobby, this is what's going to be working for them. And it is working out for them so far. And that's the thing, right? You have so many teams that is so hard to just trying to read and trying to figure out what they're going to be doing. Look at how many early fights we have on the kind of lower end of the leaderboard. A lot of the teams are taking those early fights, taking away a lot of those points and kills as well for a lot of the teams who is actually looking for them. Teams like Bystanders, teams like Pink Pony and Heroic right now, who desperately need those kills and points.
Yeah, there's still a lot of teams that are kind of like not in that top 6 that if they make it through to that last chance stage here, Saga, I mean, I'm fearful for some of these teams that have to go up against them. I mean, teams like Heroic, still not technically in that top 6. Bystanders is a team that can flick the switch and just absolutely have a blinder of a day themselves. So there's definitely going to be big teams, I think, in that last chance stage.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that Entropic has been pushed down to 11th place, so they are without a doubt going to be making an appearance there. It just goes to speak to how the lobbies have been working out, and you really can't blame the likes of MTB, of Sarvam, of Team Elite for having a bit of a tactical TDM at the start just to get points wherever they can get them from, because they really need to avoid that bottom 2 spot and make sure that they're coming back tomorrow to have one last chance.
All right, well, so far so good for half of the day. Let's hope the gods are okay for me for my electric bills as well and see how all that goes. But we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have Miramar on the other side of it. But before that, let's hear from the UK and Finn connection in Fellas and Tixu.
everybody. Jorisar here, and I'm joined by Tiksu, the team captain for the fellas. Tiksu, first of all, well done so far. You guys had a respectable first day in the elimination stage, just shy of 50 points, but I'm sure with your team's caliber of player, you guys were hungry for more. Has anything changed from the first day to today?
I think the only thing has changed that we actually get the circles today. So it's both of the wins has been like free wins. We haven't done anything special.
Well, circle luck is of course a part of PUBG, but even with the circles going in your favor, are you surprised to have 2 wins and a 3rd place today, or do you feel that's par for the course for how you guys are treating the circles?
Well, I don't really know. It's hard to say. I don't think we get a lot of stuff for free, and I don't know why other teams are not taking like prio compounds inside the circles.
Right.
So I think people are just scared. Everything is free in the middle.
Taking advantage of what you know about how the other teams are playing, what are your hopes now going on to Miramar?
Well, give us circles that are actually playable and not just random like hard shift all over. Just I wish there would be like maybe north of Cruz de Val or something like that, like circles. Like those are my favorites, so I'm hoping circles like that.
Oh, fair enough. Well, we'll see if your circle luck has been used up on Erangel or if you're going to get a little bit more going on to Miramar. I'll let you get back to your games. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Miramar on the way here. 3 more games remaining for our elimination stage, and then we are moving, of course, into our last chance tomorrow, where it's for all the marbles. There's only 2 spots after that. Terrifying stuff, I think, to say the least. I have 6 teams that are going to be moving through here today. Saga and Frost joining me off of the back of this, and Saga, so far, so good for the 6 teams up towards the top. It's shaping up nicely for them, as I feel like a few of them, especially, are putting themselves in such an advantage so far in the lead.
They really are. First of all, thanks for joining us this time. Thanks. Those teams up towards the top end of the standings, there's still so much movement that could still occur. And for BBL, from this point on, unfortunately, that movement is only downwards. And it's looking very, very treacherous. Because if Foot, if PP, if Heroic only need like 20 more points on Miramar, and bearing in mind, Heroic on Miramar yesterday absolutely dominated the final 2 games. They only need 1 or 2 more of these teams to overtake them before they're completely knocked out and down into the last chance qualifiers. And it looks as though all of the teams, all of the exact wrong teams that they needed to have bad days are hitting their form today.
Yeah, I guess in an attempt to throw Froz under the bus, I'll ask him the question on everyone's mind, saying, Froz, why was Group A so rubbish?
I guess like during day 1, a lot of the teams were struggling a little bit. They were up against Group B, which is the most stacked one. And we saw, of course, Win and Die taking a lot of the points, sponging up so much points that Group A had a little bit of trouble coming into day 2. It was a little bit harder for them. It was a lot more pressure on them. Sure, we saw BBL actually getting a lot of points, and they were not playing too bad. Let's be honest, it was not too bad. But I think it was down to the last 2 games. We saw BBL actually choking. BBL, of course, the one outstanding team from Group A. They only got 1 point in the last 2 games yesterday, and that was not enough. You could see it on the expression of Code Marco yesterday when they died in the last one. You could see him pulling his hands onto his face, and it was just like, well, he knew this is not going to be enough. And we've been talking about it. The cutoff is going to be somewhere around 90 to 95 points. I think we're still realistically still going to have that as a cutoff.
Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way. It's odd for BBL considering that they got themselves wins, podium finishes, etc., and things like that. It's just that some of their lackluster games. We're so lackluster here, Saga, with 15th places, not really getting any kills alongside them as well. But we're expecting, I guess, decent things from them in the last chance. But I mean, how much more can we give them, I guess? Because there's only 2 spots in that.
Чат, мне кажется, можно состариться, пока ждешь, когда начнется игра в PUBG. А это что за боец без правил посередине сидит нафиг? Мне кажется, это какой-то боец мощный, не? Посмотрите, какая у него челюсть. Хотя у них у всех. Чат, что вы думаете вообще по поводу вот этого перерыва такого мощного? Ой, я хочу выключить и пойти нахер. Честно вам скажу. Это настолько неинтересно, что капец. Артикс просто не вывозит, он слишком рано умирает и неинтересно смотреть.
But on the other hand as well, you have win or die. You have Hull, 2 teams that basically already qualified. Now, what can they do about it? Who do they not want in the lobby? They could potentially start stopping some of the teams that might be a threat for them in the finals itself. Because coming into tomorrow, a best of 6, it's so random who the 2 top teams are going to be, basically, that they could right now stop their biggest opponents.
Yeah, a fine line to walk, though. You don't want to be making enemies when it comes to PUBG, that's for sure. But it is a good point. Thank you very much, gentlemen, as we now head to Miramar. 3 more games remaining for our elimination stage. Chunks and Kovo bringing in the action.
3 more games. Maybe this is the time where you want to be making enemies, because there isn't a whole lot of time left, and there is a whole lot of PCS 7 prize money and PGC points on
Так, ну что?
our teams.
Мирамар — это у нас 4-я карта на сегодня из 6.
But like we said before, BBL is only on the way down. These teams are on the way up. We'll see what they can achieve here, Chunks. Some interesting comebacks yesterday on Miramar. We'll have to wait and see if we see the same thing again.
Ой, а что-то у меня с глазом такое.
Really do tend to shine on
Какое-то странное ощущение.
On our angle, but maybe this could be the opportunity now for teams like Heroic to start really stacking up those points, because sure, they're in a good position. They moved up 3 positions last match. They're still not safe though, and they're far from it, honestly. With 3 games remaining, there's a lot to play for, and you can't be dropping a single point here, especially if it's a map that you tend to thrive on. You need to step it up early. And we say it all the time, don't we? Now is the time to step it up. Now is the time to step it up. It really is do or die time for a lot of these teams, especially those at the bottom of the leaderboard who haven't been able to close the gap. Dedrix, though, closes advantage.
У нас уже первые потери на карте. Один какой-то заскланный казачок упал на ПГ и отъехал. Вы посмотрите просто, как сидит команда X. Как она упала и лутается. Монтенуева просто в центре. Это зона, скорее всего. Что-то вот плюс-минус вот это вот. Может быть, вот это. Ну, несколько вариантов. Но в любом раскладе, если пацаны сейчас не сдохнут, а им надо уже стакаться, потому что все, бляха-муха, летят в центр. Им надо где-то сразу нормально позиционку занять, чтобы не рассыпаться по одному, как обычно.
It doesn't always feel fair. It can be a bit of a hit at your mental, and you've got to stay strong throughout these last few games. You've got to bring your A game. Oh, observers are bringing their A game.
Ooh, that was a smooth shot right there. Look, you mentioned that, you know, it isn't over for all of these teams. We should remember that just because you don't make it in the top 6 doesn't mean that everything's out of the question, and tomorrow is going to be a clean scoreboard and everything is really going to start anew. The problem becomes it's a best of 6 and there's always going to be a high element of RNG in there. So maybe if those circles were tomorrow, it would have been a bit more exciting, because then I would have really got to test the teams that I, kind of see as the best, those who are adaptable, that are able to thrive in those really messy circumstances. So I'm hoping that it continues tomorrow. Maybe we can take a break on the messy zones for now, though, and just give the teams a chance to get properly warmed up.
Close things out in a calm and collected fashion. That's what the teams want to do. Very often we'll see the viewers and the casters demand the crazy circles. This, for now, it's a pretty standard phase 1. Can often still throw us for a loop, go for some crazy shifts throughout the rest of the game. But while we look at Tiksu here, I think he made a really good point in that interview. I talked a little bit about the split they were trying to hold, and we barely talked about it in the first game. But FaZe basically gave up that melee side of things, right? They were sitting on the bridge trying to grab a few kill points. Fellas rotate past, get themselves a center spot, and even though they're only down to 2 members at the end, they're still able to close out that game. So they've been getting some gifts when it comes to positions, because maybe other teams are a little bit too scared, playing it a little bit too safe. As we see Polish Power playing it safe, grouping up, not getting crashed by a 3-man from Win or Die is Norkis, but looks like they're hunting him.
Фига себе, они дикие.
As well, because what he maybe doesn't realize is Gedrox is already posted down to the south. If he swings a little
Аж поехали в его сторону.
he could actually find himself in a very tricky position. That's exactly what's going to happen. Gedrox
Ой.
posted. He doesn't have an angle, and Norkis should be.
Повезло, что он мимо проехал.
So precarious for Polish Power and Norkis, but I like seeing this from them. This is something that we maybe wouldn't have seen on day 1. They definitely went in, wanted to fight everything, showing a little bit more discipline this time around, or maybe just trying to take the fights as a 4-man instead of as a solo. That is also a very real possibility with a squad like this.
I wonder how tough.
Приветствую. На витаминке. Ты это, не кричи сильно, бро. У меня под тебя сын отлично засыпает, особенно под Тарков. Выздоровления скорейшего.
Здорово, Вандал, спасибо тебе огромное. Да я чуть со страху сейчас не закричал. Рад тебя видеть, спасибо тебе большое. Блин, ну не знаю, как там ребенка оставлять под Руслана Александровича засыпать. Если только... Так, и от Экстаза 200 рублей на карту Сбербанка за билетик. Спасибо, Экстаз. Ой, Вандал, как тебе спится-то теперь, братан? А ты делал гендер пати, Вандал?
Just by picking up some nice skins for yourself. And don't forget you get the coupons for the pick'ems as well, which really does increase the fun a little bit. It's like gambling on the games, but in a better way, where you're picking some winners and you're making sure...
Я думаю, недавно были на гендер пати у Машиного брата. Прикольно.
Yeah, I mean, getting those pick and tickets in, getting that opportunity to get those even better skins, those EP points, it's a nice little game as well, isn't it, to take part.
Совсем другие ощущения, нежели тебе просто сказали, там будет кто там, мальчик или девочка. А так, когда все вместе, и вот это вот момент сам, да еще и реакцию посмотреть, вообще прикольно.
Detto finds a knock, as does Gusiera, and it's onto the bystanders. Things are not going the way they wanted.
Really not having the day that they would have wanted, just like you said. Now they've got to deal with a team that once again nothing to lose at all. Gusiara tapping away at Flamey, not sure what's going on.
Куда он стреляет?
Just didn't render the observer client there for a second. That was looking funky, but it is.
Риnolok как сковородой добили.
A team they would never want to get close to in a situation like this, and it just comes back to the point where you're not getting the points early, you're not putting yourself in a comfortable position. This is the situation you can suffer under. Leos just popping off. He doesn't have a whole lot of ammo left to try and keep doing that. But still, the bystanders, they've been stopped in their tracks, they've lost the player, and they've really got a long way to go into a good spot in the zone still, so certainly a lot of impact on their game here.
Сплю хорошо, если удается.
Did then, and it may seem like such a small thing, but just putting a load of shots down range and making that noise can actually make such a big difference. I think that that's part of the reason bystanders actually backed off of this. Really nice shots though with the 4x take Flamey out, and that will be the casualty on the front of bystanders for now. Zone continues to close its way through as not sure what exactly has happened there, but it looks like a player was downed and potentially wanted to deny a hell of a lot of loot from whoever knocked it.
Yeah, it's one of those strats. trying to make sure you hide your loot. I have to actually give a lot of credit there to that M4 4x tapping. That's not something a lot of players still get away with, as it's not really something you do anymore. It's not really something you get a chance to do because you always got that DMR. But we'll have a quick look at fellas. They've been impressive today, Michael and the rest of the gang. Some of the PNC squads there, PNC members, I should say, on that squad, showing up big time today, getting the points that they needed. They set themselves up well on their first day. They're closing things out on the second day by the looks of things. And unless they massively falter here in the next few games, they should be going for the finals, which for a squad that got put together so closely before PCS 7 is a big achievement in my eyes.
I mean, sometimes things just fall into place, don't they? And it feels like Fellas is one of those teams where there is so much talent on that roster that it is just about connecting.
Вот вы помните, да, насколько активная была игра, когда зона на 60% была вода? Просто у нас на 18-й минуте там уже столько всего произошло. Я вообще не помню даже, что я сидел у ПК, там ждал. О, смотри, пацаны сейчас будут стакаться в фейс-пожарке. И эта зона должна быть как раз там. А эта зона как раз, мне кажется, вот эта вот должна быть. Плюс-минус. Ну, не знаю. Хотелось бы верить, что хотя бы одну они смогут забрать.
Good shift on a really empty side of the zone towards them. Maybe a possibility to call things back a little bit, get themselves into a good mindset, and then play the rest out of the game from a confident position. Lots of rotations on the fire right now. We have Sarvam Esports cruising on through. Star TE in the blue zone deeply down in El Pozo. So a lot of very far away from the zone still, especially with that northwest shift. Long ways to go.
Вот так и спишь, да, Вандал?
Reset, figure out what's going on around them, and maybe look for another move.
Капец, у тебя руки большие. Все, Маша, отправлю.
Well, this is a team that unfortunately their performance tonight has not quite been as heroic as we'd hoped, but they've got a couple of games with the kills on the board and it shows signs of.
А сколько уже там возраста?
Oh, you've got to be so careful. He's moving up this hillside, thinks it's going to be free, but Sheesh already have Yanni up here, and he's going to be calling this out to the rest of the squad to potentially get a pincer movement going on.
We've seen this before. We've seen this go wrong as well for Sheesh. I think it was Batolan's last time turning it around on a duel from Sheesh on the same mountain. Now, a good pinch, good angles, especially if Foot overstep it a little bit, get a little bit too aggressive. Yanni has obviously called this out, but they still got to land the shots from range. They still got to make them count when they can, because a 1v3, even if you've got the high ground, even if you've got the jump on them, is not easy. There's a barrel in the hands of Iro as well. That man's an absolute menace. And Danny's
Ой-ой-ой-ой, это было очень хорошо. Вау, это очень хорошо.
And just like that, the pinch is perfect. And Lyron's got 10 HP. He's running for a little bit of a dip. He's trying to get away from things. No chance.
Во, этот чувак очень жестко сейчас сыграл. Очень хорошо аимит.
That 3K was amazing. Opening it up onto Iro and shutting it down instantly was a very important thing there. If you didn't get that opening knock right away, you've got to think it would have been a very different story.
Вау.
The man takes down Zabila as Shearer gonna
Он сыграл очень хорошо в этом моменте.
looks to have connected long before that's gonna happen.
Без ошибок просто. Первого, конечно, сбрило вообще солидно. Маша написала, что 1 в 1 ты.
I'm interested to see how these top few teams end up falling, because you've got to think that at least one of them, come the end of tonight, is probably going to be kicked out of that top 6. It's just, things have been going too well for those squads. It's only a matter of time until something goes wrong, because consistency
Что-то пацаны задержались тут, мне кажется.
comes often in PUBG.
И не слева прок. Дефолт. Какой же дефолт просто? Вот сколько лет, даже зоны одни и те же. Ну просто даже зоны одни и те же, нахер. There's tons of ridges on that hill line. Fellas, the fields around Exalt and the fields north of FaZe are not something you want to take this early on into the game. So lots of crashes about to come on in chunks. And Howl is one of the first teams in Montenegro. That might be a big reward for them, as lots of teams are headed their way.
Can't help but feel for these teams right now. I don't think there is actually a shift that could have been worse inside this zone in terms of the amount of cover you're able to get. It feels like everywhere, sure, it's hills, it's ridges, it's not the best, but at least you've got some hard cover to work with if you're able to get in there early enough. This circle just doesn't appear to be the question. Every compound is taken. It's going to be a lot of squads scrapping for the same hillside, the same open shacks, and it's going to be messy, especially here on the east. As you see Polish moving towards Sheesh, it's just a pressure cooker, as so often happens with these shifts.
Yeah, and it's a play from Polish Power that feels very aggressive, feels a bit centered about the short term. They want to take a fight to Sheesh and get a few kill points.
А чё? У них ехать и бинтоваться нельзя сейчас? Водилом.
Under a lot of fire, we see some knocks in the kill feeds. They're not the only ones losing members here, as Howl pick up another point and hoping to make that more onto Kasu.
А что он делает? И почему у него это не получается? Найс тиммейта по башке дал, балбес.
Team like King Venom, for example, you're already in massive trouble before Team Elite pulled up here.
I know there's going to be a lot of action here on the east, but please keep an eye on that kill feed, because up on the northwest, remember,
16? 15 команд еще живые. Одни футболисты только отъехали. Ну вот Вины, Фейзы, Фила и Хавл, скорее всего, уже точно прошли. Я думаю. Хотя, блин, 2 игры еще. Помимо этой. Это сетка лузеров. Нави уже прошли.
And Howl has used this time. They've used this time that TE was busy to set up an entire firing line.
Сейчас увидим прок.
Of Montenegro, just to make sure that TE can never shift over the road and never crash into.
Ну прок будет вот. Ну какой же дефолт? Ну какой дефолт? Это такой шок вообще просто. Ну сколько раз мы это видели вообще, а? Еще поди-ка вот здесь где-нибудь закончится. Вот здесь может плюс-минус, вот здесь может. Теоретически тут где-то я видел.
Feels like every team out on the east or even the west, northwest has to try and make a rotation in here. Polish Power are going to be one of the first to lead that charge. They got themselves a decent dip, but it looks like Marslick wants to get a little bit more proactive with their movement. As the fire comes to Exalt, it ends up that they're just going to slow down, but Ruin with a 2k nade looks to finish off the job. Olseng lands a couple shots down towards free kill from Sheesh, but third party from base.
Куда он развернулся?
Steal away that point. Voldemort lays down prone, hopes for the best, and is deadly accurate with those shots, catching the head, and not much else needs to.
О, Артикс какого-то Дедрикса съел за 555.
I mean, at least
Руслан, привет, здорово, здорово.
Oh, that could have been so clean for Sheesh as well. We saw how clean their team play was earlier versus Foot Esports. Now Deadrix is peaking as free kills healing. That cost them a member. Now they've got a 3-man send it down. If We've got some of Sarvin left to try and hold them. You can see Yanni there. He's got to speed up a Murado up the hill. That's not going to be pretty timed either. One player behind them, one player ahead of them is not a good situation to be in, and that's a good solution. Global Army falling means a whole lot. It's just Baron Peak in their way. They will have a good idea that there could be a player at that shack. And speaking about shacks, win or die have nothing left but crashing a shack onto on
Экстенс уехал.
on the side, and just like that, it's an absolute disaster. Tough times for on grind. Gotta be careful. As free kill, trying to make a rotation in. Yanni.
За кого я топлю?
Further down the hillside. Sheesh.
Ну, во-первых, за наших ребят, которые из СНГ, во-вторых, за чепухартикса. Только он ни хера нормально не играет. Но если они эту игру выиграют, нормально будет уже. Уже поближе к шестерке будут. Этот помер.
Of this area around the shack. 18 seconds. Got another zone coming in a second. Heroic has to get on in.
Что за команда из СНГ? Ну, в этом лобби команда Вин, команда Пинг, команда X. Ой, хорошо. Фела сейчас будет закрывать байстендерс. Без шансов, я думаю, для них. Also peppered down. Fellas doing everything they can to shut down bystanders, realizing this is a team that is really vying for position at the top end of things right now. Сейчас надо эксам смотреть, чтобы к ним с горы никто не спускался. Ну и при этом желательно подфармить, конечно, краешек. Зона вполне себе на Polish Power может уйти.
They're now in dire straits. FaZe Clan, we saw them flexing out of the compound. They didn't waste any more time cleaning this up. They knew they wanted to take control of the hillside, and they do it while the bystanders are busy with Heroic, and Heroic's busy with the bystanders, so good timing pick there for them. Now, risky moves coming out on all sides of the circle. The car exploding, flying all across it. She's somehow still alive from a position where it looked like they were faltering. They've made it into the lower ground.
Плюс 1 поинт для Артикса команды. Хорошо, уже 41 поинт.
It's going to be a tricky one indeed, and it looks like Hjort is all but out of it. He's going to try and get that first aid, but I think he realizes there's no chance of getting his teammates back up as well. 20 seconds.
Но он еще поживет, у него есть машина, он в теории может. Еще Марселька забрали. А, Нок это просто.
Be back in position for the revive. Saw them, Team Elite, all starting to make a move on their way round. As a minute remains.
Куда едут ТЕ? Тут где-то встанут или что? Нет, тут они не могут стоять. А, в яму, наверное, Гидроксу куда-нибудь, нет? Или там у дороги где-то они еще могут встать? Да, в яму Гидроксу приехали. Но если бы он приехал не один, тогда бы они переиграли его без проблем, я думаю. Сейчас у фейзов будет тяжелый файт. Но в итоге фейзы отвоевали гору себе. Хьорт еще там бежит. Хьорт еще бежит и может подкрысить. Ну, Артикс тут должны выигрывать. Они должны законтролить фейзов сейчас.
one of those teams who are just planting their place further and further at the top. There is still going to be.
Если у поляков есть тачки, то они приедут к Гидроксу в яму. Я так думаю. Хотя они могут еще там за дорогой играть. Эту зону точно. Бум. Бум. Это было хорошо.
So momentous for them.
It's big. It's also super impactful because not only do they get the dip, they now get the chance to hold that Baron peak comfortably without worrying about Sheesh. They got the loot injection as well. I think.
Ну, фейзы и вины точно прошли. Вот прям железобетонно, их уже никто не это.
He's got to make a risky run. Polish Power should be well aware that he's there. They were waiting for him for quite a while. Now they spot him again. And they will take care of him once he has to move into the next zone. He's also looking for util. He knows he needs some banger nades to make anything work. He's picking up a few bandages, a few bullets. He's got 4 Polish men staring down the barrel of their gun right in front of them. And then he's got Exalt on the other side of the street. It's rough time for Sarvin, but it's at least something to keep Polish Power busy for now.
Что за смог такой одинокий? Для чего он его кидал?
Of safety. Cobra, though, may just provide it for him, as the vehicle is potentially enough of a distraction now.
Кобра умер. Вопрос, кому отдаст? Ага, полякам. Еще 2 фрага, видимо, надыбали. Или это уже за плейсмент им насыпало? Иксанта. За плейсмент сыпет уже. Фейзы налево спускаются. Ну все, Артикс должны выигрывать эту игру. Просто должны выигрывать эту игру Артикс.
But when you look at the gauntlet, they had to run down the hillside here with Howl just a firing squad laying into them. They're not going to be all too upset about losing 1 member there, getting 2 kills. FaceClan is absolutely on a tear right now. They're showing us what they're made of. They weren't able to show it in the group stages, but they're able to show it here, and they're looking fantastic doing it. Circle has gone hard to the north.
Я не знаю, как Артикс может проиграть. Я не знаю, честно, искренне. Если он это проиграет, я сейчас ему позвоню и скажу, что он лох.
Or make the crash into Exalt, neither of them really being a nice prospect for any of our teams.
Polish Power, if they want to move, completely expose themselves on an open road, whereas FaZe will have to expose themselves to an open field. I personally probably couldn't decide which one I prefer. I don't think either of them are.
Гидрокс там все откидывает.
Teams are going to have to think about this relatively quickly. For me, at least, it feels like Gedrox is going to be the focus player.
Ой, чувак в тачку не сел, говорит, подождите, Гидрокса убили в итоге. А можно поинты для команды X оставить? Фейзы, вы там не охренели случайно? Фармите тут все подряд.
Haven't been able to get a whole bunch of points, but 1 each is not all too bad, and now as FaZe take another run to Howl, they'll start taking.
Сейчас все просто за синькой сдохнут, блин. О, хорошо. А, его не добьют, походу, да? Нифига себе, он там подавился. О, Марселька закрыли. Но это только Ноки, блин. Феерист вышел, хорошую коне! Хорошо! Еще! Хорошо! Еще!
second, and Fate takes out Diggory. So taking a fight.
Хорошо. Поинты фармит.
Down Polish power out in fourth, narrowly short of the victory, but are you surprised with an open zone like this? One player left up from FaZe, the same being said for Howl. It's just one trying to outlast.
Какая же непредсказуемая зона.
So I think that FaZe should have enough of a buffer to remain in first after this one.
Хорошо.
And that's the end of FaZe.
Хорошо.
Well, it's all onto the solo of Laser. He's going to deny the points, and that's Exalt taking the chicken dinner and getting a considerable bump up the standings.
Chicken dinner для Чепуха. Ну, наконец-то Чепухартикс выиграл. Нет, Диггери это фин.
One of the teams from the west, like Bystanders or Fellas, taking the win away. So very interesting that Exalt is able to get away with that. They get the compound and they get the shifts they need. But towards the end there, Chunks, they do a fantastic job at sweeping out. Not losing a single player while they run out at multiple teams. That's not as easy as it sometimes looks. And they get themselves a whole lot of kills to boot.
I think it makes it even more interesting, though, because we don't want to see too much movement in the top end of things just because of how close it actually is. Sure, we've got one or two teams that are taking a massive lead now when we look at Win or Die, Howl and FaZe Clan. Let's see what the devs think about that. Maybe have a look.
Ну что, господа, на этой замечательной ноте ждем следующую катку. Пожалуй, аналитику эту великолепную я пропущу.
Manages to get that compound and then play it out to the end. That's Exalt getting themselves the victory. Saga and Frost joining me here. I felt like Kovo could have done the whole death segment here. They had the compound here, Saga, and were able to play from it and get the win. Woo.
It's not the first time that we've seen that sentence be applicable in the past couple of days. Win or Die did very much the exact same thing. Their zone went just over the opposite side of the road. This time it goes a little bit to the south, but just getting the early positioning was really all that it took, even though they were maybe not quite able to prevent a couple of teams from making maneuvers past them. We saw a bit of a crazy send straight through the middle that up onto the hilltops before FaZe just rocked up and wiped them out like they did with a lot of other players. But Exalt picking up the exact same amount of kills, and it's actually been a really successful day for them overall. They're actually top 3 on the points, only a few behind what FaZe and even Fellas have been able to pick up today.
Yeah, Frost, memes aside here, Team Exalt, I mean, everything kind of goes their way. The area around this compound, very flat, not easy for anybody to breach upon. So for them to just hunker down and defend this position, a nice victory overall.
Yeah, real nice. And of course, it is very crucial that they get a compound like this early on. And the thing why nobody is actually crashing it is because what you saw towards the end, it's so open all around it that it is so hard, especially if you come to the late game when all the teams have stationed themselves pretty close to the compound. If you try to crash that, you're going to get shot in the back while you're trying to breach that compound. That's why it's such a strong compound. That's why it's such an important one to take early on. There's a few others, of course, as well that is kind of similar to that. But yeah, great play from Exalt. They didn't have a lot of kills until towards the end when they actually were able to shoot people when they were in the open, basically. Except for that, like before the ending, they had like 2 or 3 kills only. And that's once again comes down to it's so open. No one's gonna show yourself to you when you're sitting in a compound like that.
Ferris is deadly. We've seen him be able to convert some nice kills in the past. But Gustav, if Exalt were the defenders of this game, FaZe was the attackers of this game. Saga, I think it's fair to say they were going from fight to fight, pummeling people.
Yeah, completely nothing to lose at this point. Once again, they've overtaken Win or Die at the top end of the standings. Gustav just adding to his tally on 9 kills on the day. Everyone else on FaZe is on 8. So all of the teams just firing on all cylinders. Ferris, the only player who has even more, 10 as well. So a very solid performance from the top 2 in this lobby, but only one of them really has any sort of impact on who's going to be making moves into the top 6.
And speaking of the attackers in FaZe, let's check in with their comms from this game.
He's peeking behind us, the Boston guy, by the way. Watch out. He's peeking. We don't do this yet.
Push.
Okay, we can do it. I'm coming with you.
They should be able to smoke rising in front of us.
Okay, I'm nailing over.
Hit once on me. He's on the double rocks in front of me.
Yeah, one's on the ridge on green mark. I'm pushing, boys.
Flash.
Go along, Flex. I'm not behind you.
Okay.
One on my ridge.
One's on the right and one's left.
Knock one.
Alright, guy.
Nice.
One active. On the right. Watch out for I'm watching north now.
Simple stuff, dismantling one of the teams that's performed oh so well throughout the day as well in Fellas. And actually, speaking of Fellas, Froz, I was looking at their split, their 1-1-2 that they had across these compounds. I like the splits that they've been putting out today. It's just a little bit of shame for them, of course, that the circles kind of push away overall.
Yeah, they're making the best out of it, as you're saying, with those splits and making sure that they have so much space, so much possibilities, no matter where the circle basically is going to be going. They're kind of ready for it already and making sure that, all right, we are going to take as much ground as possible. But sure, it didn't work out on this one. But then again, it's been such a great day so far for them that they are basically through, right, for the finals right now. But also, like, I think one thing to point out, what we heard from FaZe Clan's comms there, is how active they are and how, like, you know, they're always on spot with a kill feed. They always know it's not just one, it's almost always two persons confirming what's happening. That's a flush, one up. We heard that from two different people every time something important like that needed to be voiced.
Yeah, just making sure that information isn't lost in those moments, I think is fair to say. All right, well, break time. When we return, it's the penultimate game of the day and the penultimate game of the elimination stage. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back. Only two more Miramars here for the day for PCS 7 Europe. And of course, we've been talking a lot about, you know, your phases, your fellas, even Exalt that's able to get the victory off of this. But some of the teams have been quite consistent in getting a lot of points throughout the day. And I think fair to say, Saga, Froz, it's been a pog moment. No Bible thumps really in the chat or anything like that for Sheesh here, who... I'm like 34, guys. I can't say these stupid things
really
over and over.
Overcommitted to that, didn't you?
But they've been doing well, Froz. I mean, you know, we saw Yanni from Sheesh doing all right in this previous game.
Yeah, I mean, it is great to see that they are doing pretty well now, right? But the problem is that they only had 23 points in the first day. Today, so far, they've got themselves 36 points, and we saw them here in the previous game. Yanni, as you said there, the 1 versus 3 against the footballers, that was so nice of him with the jiggle peaks. He didn't take any damage until I think it was after the second knock, basically. And that is so important, to not lose any HP at all, because once you get tagged up, it's basically one headshot and you're gonna get knocked. So that was really great played, and he wouldn't have any help if he would have gotten knocked up there as well. And they keep on racking up these kills. 9 kills despite a 12th place here in the previous game. And I like to see more like that, but I think it might be a little bit too late for him to get top 6 today, but this is great warm-up for tomorrow, though.
Exactly, and of course, it kind of, with 36 points on the board for the day, it moved them significantly away from any potential of a danger zone, right, Saga? Now sitting middle of the table.
Yeah, it really keeps them above and beyond where we've seen very little movement, actually, towards the bottom end. Again, at the very start of that game, we saw OG TE doing a little bit of griefing on the far eastern side of the zone as Pink Pony just completely got caught on the world's latest, widest rotation and still ran into two teams, losing players very, very early on. And it has just, it's been that kind of day for Pink Pony and Pink Venom as well. All the Pinks are just really not doing very well today. 7 points for Pink Pony, 5 for Pink Venom, just really can't get anything going. Not a single placement point for either of them, which was a little bit different for what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, from PV to PP to then another PP here for us, as you've got Polish Power doing all right. Now my Polish Power stable, seemingly. And this Polish Power in the lobby needs to be stable as well. 4th place with 4 kills, not too bad, and they're slowly pushing up there. Do you think that they can breach, though, properly into that top 6?
I mean, I'm pretty sure they should be breaching the top 6. Yeah, they're already in the top 6 there. They're sitting there with 80 points, so pretty comfortable, right? You know that you have BBL is the next opponent that is above you, that is not even playing, and they're 6 points ahead. So if Polish Power just keeps it together here for 2 more games, because, you know, this is Polish Power after all, they could do some funky stuff. That wouldn't surprise at all.
What are you trying to say about Polish Power here, Froz?
They are a wild card, if anything. That's what I'm trying to say. They are definitely a wild card. And that's to their benefit, though, because they are so hard to read for any teams because you'll never know what they'll be doing. And that is one of their strengths, I feel like. But at the same time, they need to make sure, get a few points on the board, make sure to solidify yourself for the finals already, or it's going to be really rough tomorrow.
Yeah, Saga, one of my favorite things to do when I'm watching these games is keep your eyes on Marsalek, all right? Just because something's about to happen. It doesn't, no, we don't know when, we don't know where.
Yeah.
But something's going to happen.
He's going to do something. He's either going to 1v4 a team or just run into 4 players and immediately die. It just tends to be how it goes. But, you know, so far, it's sort of been on the up and up. They've usually been able to revive him when he gets a little bit crazy. It's been a bit of a slightly slower day for Howl after their very solid performance from yesterday, but they've done more than enough to solidify themselves up at the top end of the standings as well. But there's a lot of movement between that 6th place and 11th.
Yeah, Marsalek's going to hate me for saying that. But whatever, it's time now. We're going to Miramar once again. It's desert time with Chunks and Kovo on the mic.
Chunks and Kovo is what you're going to get for the last 2 games. We are excited, Chunks. I am excited for a lot of the P's that the desk talked about. Polish Power being the first one of them to drop out of the plane. And there's something I've been wanting to say and didn't really get the chance to. Polish Power, ever since they picked up Cappy, he's sort of been the hard carry of that squad. He's had an elimination stage to forget. He's not been able to perform at all for the squad, and they're still up there in 6th. They're really just coming back together as a team and picking up the slack.
Look, it shows how important it is to actually have multiple players on a team that can fill each other's roles, because a lot of the time it feels like teams will rely on one solo player and then the rest of them will kind of anchor off them, which, I mean, it works until it doesn't, if that makes sense. As soon as that player has an off day, the entire team does. So being flexible, being kind of malleable in terms of the positions that you play, the roles that you take is very, very important as we just wait for that phase 1 to pop. Now, not any hot drops today, it feels like. It seems like teams are playing a lot more discipline, keeping their distance a bit more.
You could say it that way, and you could also say what Teeks was saying. Everyone's scared. I think it's a little bit of both, because it's not a coincidence that fellas were able to hold the best center compound with just Miraku in there until phase 3, or half of phase 3 at least, in that Stalba game. I think nerves are coming into it, and nerves will be coming into it more and more now when you realize your chances are getting so slim. You're starting to make these calculations in your head. You're still telling each other, well, let's play game by game, but when you realize, okay, we need about 15 points.
Так, ну что, началась у нас 5-я игра.
You're going to start to feel the pressure. Circle now, hard on the eastern side. Really good for Team Lead, really good for a Pink Pony, who hasn't been able to get much going, even though we've seen Hakatori on those top kills for so long now.
We have, and it's nice to see it shake up, and Diggory has been putting in big work so far to be able to actually get in that sheer number of kills. I mean, FaZe Clan currently sat on 76 kills overall. That is absurd, considering that they would, you know, I'm not going to say that they were in a bad position, but they weren't in as strong of a position at the end of the day that they previously played. So I think we really are seeing them come into form and they're realizing that, hey, this isn't our last chance to qualify, but it's our best chance of qualifying at this point.
Эй, сборище у ябков, вы чё там? Чат. Чё, вы ему не могли сказать, какой жетон, что ли, куда поставить? Пусть в жопу себе засунет этот жетон. Так и надо было ему порекомендовать. И русский в школе получше учат. Привет из Мордовии. Здорово. Так, ну что, сейчас посмотрим, как команда X разыграет не из центра. Вот смотрите, у нас 2 минуты до начала движения первой зоны. Многие команды уже непосредственно в безопасной зоне круга. И многие уже выехали. То есть буквально несколько минут и выехали. А где Артикс? Тем временем. Зубила рискует, тут гоняет. Над Захаром, да, он гоняет? А они еще лутаются. Они еще не едут. Нравится мне, в принципе, как пинки. Ну, они, видимо, Захары лутали. Тут как бы ничего такого сверхъестественного, но все равно расположены они хорошо по карте. И вины довольно-таки легко заедут в зону. На нормальный спот. Где будет эта зона, чат? Вангую. Где-то вот здесь. Вот эта вот часть, это будет, ну, один из возможных вариантов, это вот у этой вот кафешки. Справа, слева, сверху. Очень часто у нее заканчивается. Добрый вечер, добрый вечер. Привет, как дела? Да ничего, пойдет. Потихонечку. Помаленечку. Скофилд умирает. Чел! Чел! Ты чё нафиг не стреляешь, придурок? Я просто в шоке вообще. Как эта команда играет здесь? Почему она вообще на ПКСе? Они вообще не тут нафиг, они потерянные какие-то. Алкаши какие-то играют, я фиг знает. They'd have to expose themselves to ruin and ultimately give a lot of it away to Laser. Nades continue to follow up down towards Schofield, maybe not realizing that it is a revive attempt. In fact, in the end, though, Global Army peeks round and finds the two. Laser trades it to keep Howl in it, but barely. Это турки? Которые СРМы. Эти-то понятно турки, а СРМы кто?
They seem like they have the read, but maybe haven't heard him repositioning. Flashbang connects. Laser not going to be able to do anything. Now the Global Army's opened that door, made the push into the room. They must, through a process of elimination, have a read on where he is. Flashbang is there, but he turns away in time. Unfortunately, though, Global Army peeks from the angle he looked away from. Towel out in dead last.
The audio cover there from the Flashbang comes in big. He almost had the wrap as well. He almost had the timing to play a bit of...
Артик заезжают, вон слева потихонечку едут.
That is one of the teams that we've been looking at so much. One of the teams that had really put themselves in a fantastic position. Falling a little bit short.
Одни из последних заезжают вместе с поляками. И с фейзами.
They're still going out of the top 6. It's certainly not likely. Once again, just making it a little bit more interesting for anyone that's catching below them, giving teams maybe a little bit of hope when it comes to catching up. And a team like Fella, for example, anyone they can pass makes them feel a little bit more safe in that top 6. With 96 points, you're feeling okay, but you know that you're not 100% locked in.
Kovo, worst situation here, in my opinion, is this zone actually pulls up to the north because that Death Valley would be so prevalent in it. And if you look, every team is banking on it, centering up. Everyone is
Вот была бы зона на островах, было бы интересно смотреть игру. Вот реально было бы интересно смотреть игру.
You've got to think whoever really controls that valley, whether that's going to be FaZe, whether it's going to be win or die, are in position to hold out every car that goes past. But if you want to get past a little bit easier when you're in the car, like that, you should get yourself a McLaren. The thing is fast. It goes on the coupe. It's a skin, so it's the fastest car.
Они постоянно на Макларен триггерят.
There's nothing that we really need to say. I think we're here for the call-outs, we're here for the ads, but if you've been in a lobby where someone unboxed...
Пинки, между прочим, сегодня были в топ-6. До Картиксу осталось одну игру выиграть, и они уже в топ-6 будут. А BBL почти выбыли. Чуть-чуть осталось с BBL, и они выпадут и не пройдут.
To control a lot of that western edge. And I wanted to talk about FaZe when the McLaren thing popped up. They're coming in on the northern side you touched upon. If there's a northern shift, they'll have lots of information. They'll have a minute to grab it. They'll have lots of space for themselves as well.
Focus on to win or die though, because this is a team that really played extremely well in previous days.
Боже, 19 лет, типу.
At the moment, 1.2 kills per game, getting points.
18 лет, типу.
When you look at Extends and his other teammates, they're all able to get
20 лет, типу.
And if you think about it, 2 points per player per game. Well, you're averaging up to 8 already, just off of the kills. If you're able to get the placement, then you're hitting that 9-point average that we really look for in somebody who takes a lobby.
It's going to be really interesting to see what they can do in the finals, Chunks, because they were so good on their first day. They've had a lot of good zones, but they also played them fantastically, not to take anything away from them. Today, not being able to repeat the same thing, just like Howl is able to still get good points, but not able to
Опа.
the same craziness they were able to pull off yesterday means.
А вот и верх зоны, да? Нормас.
For a team like them, recently come together, lots of experience on the roster, but maybe not the longest time together. It's a fantastic result, regardless of a day 2 performance. Making finals and showing the world that you can compete with the best of the best is fantastic. And you mentioned a northern swing, Chunks. That is as far north as it could have gone, and FaZe is right in the middle.
I had a feeling this would happen. Whoever really controls this valley now is going to be in a very powerful position, but at the same time, bystanders rocking that 2-2 split is going to cause a problem. I wanted to touch on this a minute ago. Heroic making their rotation through. They were pushing into OG, but now it's Polish Power that are next to them. If you look at that standings, you see just how close those two teams are. And all it would take here is Heroic to eliminate Polish Power, and every team 7th and beyond is looking at that and trying to retake that position inside of the top 6. Pink Pony make a crash into a shack, and honestly, with a circle like this, I'm not too surprised. There isn't much that anyone can work with, or at least safely know is going to be free, because they just haven't been up there. Nobody has scouted the north.
Nobody has scouted a lot of this, as I see the bystanders, for example, going for a valley position as well. 4-man in the gas station, 0 information, a good chance to catch a circle, but if they don't, I don't fancy their chances for the...
Нормально, он его высадил. Но это потерянные пацаны, которые... Не зря они в конце таблицы. Там он вообще команда OG тупо поинты, блин, гоняет. 12 фрагов сделала. Это вообще ужас.
Nothing is found. Sheesh, seemingly unable to group together at this point. Too far split. The long-range fire support will be provided from atop the hillside, but Not sure whether it's really worth all that much in this kind of position. Dedrick's just going to be holding his own. Now remember, they do have to make a cross, so it isn't terrible for these Sheesh players, as I didn't even realize how low that player just got taken. Kazoo down to literally 1 HP. As free kill comes in round the back. Sheesh looking to start executing a pinch, and well, that's what happens. Free kill with the shots, 3xM4, not quite enough, but he's got that AWM, and that is what's going to do the real damage. As soon as he knows all of these players have just taken a little bit, it'll just be one to the body to finish it off. Katie goes down as Yanni is the one to land the frag grenade. Dedrick's looking for one of his own, and it bounces well. Yes. And it's going to convert into a knock now. Pink Venom in a very tricky position to work with. Woxy, the only
Ну, их сейчас съедят. Без шансов вообще. Он остался один. Я думаю, что он даже не нокнет никого. Ну вот на нежданчика, конечно, может с этим пацаном так. А, чувак своего поджег, что ли? Жесть.
Massive props to Dedrick's as well for delaying so long, just bouncing around the shacks, making sure that he gets the util in when he can, and a good bunch of kills. But that's another Northern shift that is right centered on 80's compound. FaZe will pull together nicely and quickly as we see a bit of Orm action coming out from Gustav as well. Oh, man. Just slow down bolt shots in this game. Some of the best things to look at.
Блин, но он же даже не в голову дал, типа... Нормально там чел сразу с тачки.
Has some success. Beamy, though, now having to wait, being completely surrounded by bystanders. Hjort should be able to get the heal off in time and get his teammate up. You see that on top of the hill, Kovo. That's Michael's name tag. It wouldn't surprise me if he wants to try and third party, because fellas...
Так сейчас еще байстендерс подымутся там. Поляки делают фраг. MTB тоже. Я не знаю, сколько раз их не видел, они все что-то... То приедут куда-то, сдохнут, то по дороге сдохнут. Они вообще файтились хоть раз нормально, нет?
Look at when you want 10-15 points in this game. You don't want to be just getting 4 or 3 out of it. Heroic, the same thing is true for them.
Ну, Артикс нормально, потому что зона, она плюс-минус... Блин, ну я вот... Они даже зоны реально... Вот этот рандом по прокам, он постоянно плюс-минус один и тот же. Какая от скалта уходит, блин, я...
Going to be making their way through from the south this time. Polish Power have moved out of that compound, so they should find a little bit of safety, at least until...
Но сейчас на тоненького заезжают иксы, между. Плохая позиционка, плохая, они умрут. Нельзя так заезжать.
It's really just everyone in this lobby is pretty cracked. You'll see an occasional whiff here and there, but generally these players are absolutely on it. They're absolutely sharp. Western Edge is going to get a little bit awkward, especially in phase 4 comes in. Sheesh and Exalt split super wide on the western side of things.
Хотя Шиши тут всего... Ну, понятно, в общем. Что будут делать Арти? Возвращаются вверх, будут винов пушить или что? Как они хотят разыгрывать, тут мне интересно. Молодость умер. С концами. Кто-то в ноке еще. А, или он за синькой. А если бы сюда играли, да, это только шишей бы закрыть надо было.
Put up a lot of kills early game as well, where you can get away with taking a lot of fights. Late game, that's a lot harder, as you'll be encroached by a lot more teams. Cappy, we spoke about them right at the start of this game.
Опять просто они молодость потеряли. Вот сколько я не смотрю, постоянно они теряют молодость. Просто взять 100% игр команды X, 80% игр они теряют молодость, мне кажется. Ну, чисто вот ради интереса какую-то статистику сделать.
Soon enough, you'd assume. Polish Power did manage to get down to the city, and they're holding on to the very edge of it as Verbatim connects on to Fate. He looks for a second, is going to be able to find it.
Ну вот и все.
Those flushes as quickly as they can. As Team Elite also getting torn apart on the opposite side of things. So much action happening across the board, and that's
вот и все, собственно. Вот и все иксы. С зоной не повезло, и все.
Now, Arctic's realizing that maybe it's going to be him that has to go for a reposition. Cobra eliminates Western, but was ultimately not strong enough to eliminate the whole of.
Они даже сдохли от самой слабой команды в лобби.
Arctic's doing everything he can to get some of his own.
Also, don't forget about the fact, Chunks, this is called the elimination stage for a reason. On grind is literally fast right now. They're scrapping for every single point they can get. And taking out Exalt at the edge of that circle would have been a good point injection to try and get. It's not looking like it. Third parties come in from Foot Esports as well. Gustav finds one onto Deadrix. Both teams have an arm to work with, but Gustav has the more dangerous one, and the fellas are trying to force this fight. That's a beautiful flashbang by Yanni, though. Buys him a bit of time, but Michael's cleaner with the barrel.
Сейчас Фела с этой позиции, блин. Ну ладно, там зона вверх ушла.
At the end of the day, it's points, isn't it? And, well, with only one game left for Sheesh, it's looking like a tough one. But Esports, though, from above, get ready to throw the frag out. Is it going to be close enough to Crudio? Maybe. Oh, so close, just a little bit far. I really thought that was it then. I was holding my breath thinking that Crudio was out, and that would have really opened things up, considering that Polish Power are one spot above Foot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been waiting to
Artix
say.
решил соло змеюкой пожить, да?
So big for Foot Esports here. Not only is it the team right above him, not only does it mean that they can't get any more points, it's also a playable spot, because if Polish Power are out of there, it's so much easier for Foot to send it down into the ridge and to play on that eastern side of the road versus MT.
Это сетка лузеров, ребят.
Close it out with the nades. They will have to force their way in somewhere else, shifting a bit north for now, where we see teams like OnGrind and Exalt still busy on that northern edge of the circle and still suffering the third parties from Foot Esports.
Down on that southeast, though, so much still happening. Artix on the screen trying his best to sneak up still. I'm not sure whether he's even been detected here by OG. He just hugs the edge of the zone. Iro taking those shots, though, will be the opening that Artix was looking for. He spotted out Verbatim, just going to drop down prone. Nearly exposes himself there as the player turns around. MTB decide to focus onto Polish Power. Crudio gets himself a knock. In the end, MTB unable to return.
Охереть, чувак, разворачивался, конечно, блин. Вот такой вот круг сделал. Артикс двоих нокает. Добей! Добей давай! Молодец, давай. Хорошо! Давай, урод, разыграй их! Молодец. Но недолго он там жить будет, конечно. Давай, Арти, теперь этих четверых забирай. Забирай четверых, Арти.
Stuck at the bottom of the scoreboard. Arctics stays alive through that as well. Exalt, remember, they won the last game in flying colors. Now 3 kill points from Arctics is all they have to account for. The bystanders still have 1 player up in the town again.
Важные поинты для Arctics команды.
Some placement points, trying to sneak on into the edge right now. The phase 6 circle, that's going to chunk. It's going to be a really, really hard transition for her.
В последней игре, потому что можно будет подтянуться.
Certainly is going to be a rough one. They've got about 30 seconds to make their mind up and find enough damage onto a player to feel confident pushing it, because in a position like this with the zone, the way it's unfolding, I'd be very surprised if a team is actually able to find an open position they feel confident playing. Herc, though, talk about good luck.
Не успел.
Went right past the body, got the first aid, and I cast a cursed him, didn't I?
You cast a Kirsten.
I cast a Kirsten
again. Remember when you said that win or die player was going to play a fantastic role in the end game and he instantly died? It is a very real thing.
Ну, походу, Arctics конечная, да?
Heroic now. You will have seen that in the kill feed. They know that bystanders is no longer a problem. No longer a problem in this game and no longer a problem on the scoreboard. They have a bit of ground here. They have something to work with Heroic, but they will still have to move down from the hillside. So either they swing into Crunio and
Arctics это друг, ну, кореш мой, да.
or they make a wide rotation into something. Foot is going wide. They're not just content to sit on their edge and try and survive. They're going for a big play. They're going for a winning play. And they're getting torn apart by FaZe right now. Vex is fine in the first, and Heroic, they are sweeping into Grunio chunks.
Oh, and it could be detrimental, but Crunio misses that all-important shot. It still isn't going the way they planned, though, as win or die managed to land a long-range shot onto T-Bone. Crunio shuts it all down, and that's Heroic out in 8th. This is not what we expected, Kovo. They are pretty far off the mark right now. They can still do it. I'm not discrediting them, but with Foot and Polish Powers still stacking up points. Never mind, just Foot still stacking up points.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Distance to close.
Какая там просыпка.
Also another top end team now starting to show that so two gods can crack. There's only one player left up. It's going to be Tiksu.
А где там Arctics вообще?
Sitting pretty happy in the center here, even though they only have 2 up.
А как он там на тачке встал? Боже, он же там сейчас сдохнет сейчас.
For Polish Power, everything counts double when you eliminate chasing you. That is a nade and a half for MTB. Much earlier in the game, clearing out that shack. FaZe Clan on the south sitting pretty farming. They're just out of any concerns. They can do whatever they want here. Teams like Win or Die, teams like FaZe Clan, maybe even the fellas are feeling mighty safe. Foot Esports and Pink Pony, on the other hand, they need every single.
Ну, Arctics там в дырявой позиции.
With the free to do whatever they want teams, just around.
It's the beauty of being in that position where you know you've got a bit of a buffer, and there are teams that have to fall before you even start getting concerned. When you play with such confidence like Win or Die and FaZe Clan have, it's no real surprise that they're making it to the end game with so many kills. FaZe almost.
Ну, до топ-6 он уже дожил. Еще там поинтов немножечко хряпнул.
For esports, though, fully trained onto Arctics, waiting for an opening as Leosh just a little bit wide with the shots.
Он уже почти сравнял команду с пинками.
And he can pinch them in even further if he wants to. He's got to figure out a way to come back into playable terrain once the zone shifts on in. But he can spend some time being a nuisance.
Boom.
That nade is a beautiful bounce. That's going to do good damage. And with more to follow it up, a FaZe from the other side. Foot is in big trouble here, Chunks. It's one nade.
По возможности Arctic'у надо забирать поинты на самом деле.
They were hoping to get into late game from. Tiksu was never able to stand a chance, but Foot Esports is the bigger story on that northern side, getting decimated by 2 teams at the same time. And once again, it's the teams that can just flex out and play whichever way they like.
Kovo, I just noticed something very unfortunate if you're a BBL fan.
Куда они? На
Power
Артикса?
and BBL are currently tied. Foot Esports standing with 4 kills on the board. If they're somehow able to salvage a couple more points out of this, they
Да,
will
на
have
Артикса
eclipsed not
поехали.
only Polish Power but also BBL. Leosh takes down Artix, and that's going to be another point on the board for Foot. Now Extends, tries to find his own shots as Win or Die are feeling so confident in the way that they are playing. The same could have been said for FaZe, but they've been forced into a vehicle 4 and they lose 80 before, however, before that, however, Gedrox was traded out. Diggory goes for the revive, but his feet are completely exposed, and one more bullet will be enough to eliminate him, but he gets his toes away just in time. I say that. Look at this, though. Leosh around the corner should be able to finish off the job.
Leo's coming around. He should be able to end this and spoil the party for FaZe Clan. He's got nades as well, not only the Groza, but also the grenades. That
Ну, тут без шансов для фейзов.
How that bounces, it's another good nade. It even pushes the car away a few centimeters, but FaZe Clan is staying alive, holding on with the skin of their teeth. Not for long, though. If you look at the angles that Win or Die have been able to build around.
Хотя дают разрезаться, что ли?
Another smoke, another res on the cards for FaZe Clan, but they need to land some absolute banger shots onto Win or Die. They need a knock to just slow down this approach, and they can't. Dominant performance from the quiet Win or Die team we've seen today, but don't forget about Pink Pony on that western side, still trying to get a few points out of this.
Leosh throws down even more smokes. He just wants to finish off this final player from FaZe. As Pink Pony flex out a little bit more, they still don't have too much to work with. Leosh watching that angle, realizing that's where the peak's going to come from. Hakatori, though, through the smoke, able to find a bit of damage of his own. It looks like Kyria just waiting for that smoke to dissipate or a player to overexpose as FaZe. I really don't know how they've remained in it for this long. Unfortunately, it
Ну все, пинки должны помирать.
Places Pink Pony maybe realizing that they do have that man disadvantage. There's a player that is in an off angle they haven't been able to deal with, and until Leosh is
Если
down,
там у Лайоши смоки.
Pink Pony are going to be able to do. Extends, lands the shots onto Hakatori, but now he's pinned up against a crate. The zone is moving in. Headshots landed onto the player up above, and that is the end of it. Win or die. Not dying this time. In fact, getting 14 kills on the board and making it out of the battlegrounds alive.
They come back in the last game, and
Ну все, ждем тогда следующую игру, ребят. В принципе, я считаю, что у Артикса шансы есть, если они выиграют последнюю игру, поэтому будем надеяться. Надеяться, что Чепух соберется.
Everyone else just being left on the wayside. It's gonna be super interesting to see that scoreboard heading into our game 6, because it's still so close with our top teams just sponging up all the points.
It certainly is going to be close. Let's send it over to the desk to break it down before our final game of the evening.
That's right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Win or die. Living up to their namesake as they're able to get themselves the win, whereas in a lot of the previous games, they were kind of dying here throughout the day. Got Saga as well as Froz. Froz for this one, I mean, actually, they were popping people in this one, and a big split towards the end to assert dominance and control.
Yeah, I really like how they did that split as well. They were only 3 players up, but Leosh, while they were taking a fight against footballers, took a vehicle and said, all right, I see an opportunity here. I have the high ground on the southern side. I can take that right now and have a little bit more of a other sideline against someone like FaZe Clan, for example, down there. And with that split, that was kind of what gave them the win, right? Because it opened up so much. They had so much control with that one. But sure, they had to fight their way to get there as well. And again, like, they've been really quiet today, but this one opens it up a bit. I think one big thing here is also to look is Sheesh, once again, getting a lot of kills on the board. 12 plays, but still getting 7 kills. That's second most in this game. And you would expect someone like FaZe Clan to have a little bit more kills, maybe, because they were in the center of that circle, having so much map control. But they were basically kind of just pushing people away all the time, shooting at them, and just trying to have that control, making sure that they could get to the end game instead.
Yeah, FaZe was kind of the center of the bowl, where that's why we're seeing such a spread of kills here, I suppose, right? Saga, when you think about it, I mean, everybody can kind of see everybody from a lot of these sides, and that way all of these kills kind of getting distributed during the end game.
Yeah, particularly towards the edges of the zone. The side that was in Al-Azhar was a bit of a death trap, and coming up from over the valley, a lot of teams losing out in rotations while the zone was still fairly widely split. But win or die, they just made a smart rotation. They stuck pretty close to the northern side, obviously not quite as far north as FaZe, who were the sole benefactors of the northern shift, but they were very, very close to the valley itself, so got themselves into a solid position up north. And we've said it time and time again about holding their backline, not letting teams come in behind them is how the teams who tend to do well do get into those positions to hold those splits in the later stage of the game. You saw it again when Exalt tried to wrap to that side of the zone. Win or Die just said no thank you and sent them on their way to go and take a fight against OG, which eventually Exalt did come out winners, but they were battered and bruised for doing so.
Yeah, some proper strongholds by Win or Die, who had a great lay of the land when it came to the angles they had from that north position. Likewise, though, esports also getting themselves a few points on the board here. 4th place as well as 4 kills going their way, trying to slowly eke up the leaderboards as a whole. As we take a look at some of the highlights coming in from this Froz, and this is great for them because as much as, yes, they end up going out here in these moments, this is still pushing them slowly towards that top 6, where BBL is absolutely not safe in the slightest.
Yeah, I think they were sitting 3 points behind BBL and Polish Power currently. Both of BBL and Polish Power on 86 points, and esports were on 83. Now, the big thing is that BBL does have the most placement points, and then Polish Power, and then Foot Esports. And I'm mentioning this because placement points is going to be the first tiebreaker, so it's important in case Polish Power would go out, Footballers get 3 points, it's still going to be BBL who goes through. And it's only one more game to go. So it is still possible for both Polish Power and Foot Esports to be able to make it through right now.
Yeah, definitely so. So keep your eyes on those teams in particular going into the next game. However, before we do that, a team that seems to have secured themselves a spot here in the top 6 is Fellas. Let's hear from them for the last game.
Like below the rock, they're all coming to PQ now.
On the rock.
That guy's going for the rush.
Shooting just. I don't have lethals.
One guy's on your right. One guy's on your right.
Pushing up. One's on the rock.
Comes.
Justice coming to peek that guy as well. There's got one more below you as well.
Flash on me.
Yeah.
One SH got knocked.
I flashed them.
I think the rock guy might have been knocked.
I'm pushing.
Flash.
Rock guy probably got knocked.
Nading you from
flash.
One's still on my right. One's on the rock and one's on my right.
Knocked him.
Nice, one up.
Nice.
And just one behind.
Azar shooting you as well.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, good job, guys. Yeah, very, very calm.
Good job.
Very chill.
Yeah.
What do you think,
Good
Frost?
job,
Was that
guys.
nice?
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
I agree.
Still nice again to see how they're communicating, right? Always relaying that information. You hear once again, Rustamar, we heard him last time we heard Fellas that Rustamar was dead on that clip too. Again, he was dead, but still relaying so much information to Michael and Tixu in this occasion, letting them know exactly what Mirko is seeing and what is happening. So they are all always knowing what is going on, how many is up, and what to do.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, thank you very much, gents. We're going to a break. Afterwards, we'll give you the lay of the land as to which teams you need to look out for to gain these top 6 spots. We'll see you in a sec. Oh, I know you were gone for a long time there, guys, but welcome back. We have got one more game in hand here to find out who is getting those top 6 spots. And without further ado, let's take a look at how things sit for our top 6, as well as which teams are going to be trying to strike out against that, because there are still a lot of teams in the running for this. If they're able to have a big game off the back of this saga, they could quite easily propel themselves into the grand final.
It really is still treacherous territory, just where we started off the day, except the cutoff point is a little bit more in sight, and we expected it to be close to 90 points, and it looks like that's very much going to be the case, assuming, of course, Polish Power and Foot do get some points on the board in this final game, which BBL are going to be hoping, for the love of everything that they adore in life, is not the case.
Yeah, definitely so. Because the thing is that if you do not make it in this top 6 here, Froz, battling out for what is just 2 spots remaining across one day is brutal. Arguably one of the most brutal things that we've ever seen since Last Chance Survival, when it came to PGC back way when.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, look at the lineup as well, the potential lineup for that for tomorrow's games. You have teams like Entropic, you're gonna have teams like Bystanders, Heroic, and Pink Pony, like teams that could pop off but might not do it as well. Like, it is gonna be so random with a best of 6 as well. Like, you could have 2 really bad games to start things off with, and it could be done already. But I mean, coming in here to the last game, I feel like it's all about Polish Power and Foot Esports right now. Pink Pony, I don't think they're gonna make it. I don't think Heroic or Bystanders can pull it together as well. If anyone, she has the best chance out of all the teams I just mentioned with how they've been playing. They need 20 points to tie up with BBL right now, and they are the ones who have been grabbing a lot of points in the previous games here.
Grand Survival at PGIS is what the name I was looking for all that. But yeah, we have ourselves now quite the predicament for some of these teams. Of course, Saga, if you had to pick who you think's going to be able to make it in that 6th spot, or you know how whichever BBL spot is basically, who would you pick?
I knew this was coming, and yesterday I was a certified fence sitter. And I had to be very careful about the way I said that. But no, this time around, I'm actually backing Heroic. I think they can do it. They have the star talent, and we saw yesterday, like the final couple of Miramar games, they really turned on. They got themselves a 1st place and a 2nd place back to back, and they're not that far away. It's 14 or so points to catch up with the current 6th place spot. So to get themselves a win with maybe 10, 8 maybe points on the board could very much do it. And we know that they're capable of that. We've seen them win events in the past. So I think they've got what it takes to pick it up. And I just want to hear a T-Bone interview again.
Yeah, that'd be nice. So we get to hear his lovely accent again on the desk. But Froz, how about you? I'm going to pose you the same question. Who do you think is going to be able to move through?
I think it's going to be Foot Esports and it's going to be Polish Power. Those 2 teams have shown great strength here today, and I feel like they're so close to it. A team like Heroic, sadly, too many mistakes, and they just look way too passive right now. It looks like they are trying to back off from the fights. Look at how they were up against Bystanders, for example. They were not trying to take the fight. Instead, they were both just being very passive until they were forced to fight instead. And if you're in that situation, you want to take control over that situation straight away. Take them out. They are your biggest opponents in that situation. But instead, it was just down to fate.
I can understand at the same time, though, why fear may become a part of that scenario. So it's a tough one. Maybe a little bit of divide here on the desk. But one thing's for sure, our final game sure to be excellent, because we've got ourselves one more opportunity for these teams to be able to hit themselves top 6. Who's it gonna be? Thank you very much, Saga. Thank you very much, Froz, as well, for all of the breakdowns. It's time to head to the desert once again with Chunks and Kovo to wrap up the elimination stage.
So many good points brought up by the desk, so many good questions asked, and this is the game, Chunks, where we finally get to answer all of them. We've spent this whole day not answering the BBL question. We've spent the whole day not answering what's going to happen to Polish Power and Foot Esports. This is where it comes down to the wire. There's a solid chance, a tiny, tiny chance for BBL to still hold on. I said it was going to be cruel. It will be cruel, but we're going to know it all when this game closes. I'm excited.
4 points, Kovo. 4 points is what keeps BBL in it. As it currently stands, we should point out that they would win the tiebreaker. That's not confirmed just yet, though. I don't think that there's any way that they can really feel confident in this one. I mean, I want to try and put a positive spin on it because I know that BBL, they're such a popular team. There's a lot of people rooting for them, but oh god, it looks scary. I think the only hope for a team like BBL is that somebody like Foot Esports or Polish Power gets hot dropped here and gets punished. And it looks like Keanu is actually trying to do that work for BBL as he took those long range shots down towards Crunio parachuting, but it doesn't pay off. And now both teams free to loot as they please and ultimately start stacking up those points. And oh, if you're a BBL fan, you should be concerned because Foot Esports just got a very good circle considering their drop location.
So did the bystanders, and so did Polish Power in a way. Polish Power like to go really early, they like to go 4-man strong, and they like to send it into the exact compound that Keanu is holding. That's something they've been doing ever since the circle existed. I'm excited to see if they'll do it again. We've got 8 teams, Chunks. 8 teams that could end up in these 2 slots behind the fellas. And 6 out of these teams will be heartbroken. We've got BBL and a Polish Power sitting in these slots right now, tied up with the new tiebreaker. Polish Power just barely losing out. We've got teams like Sheesh that was brought up by the desk. We've got teams like Exalt who got, I think, 57 points in 3 games in PSL. They can absolutely have a 20-point game. That's all they need to push themselves past BBL. And we don't even know if that's going to be enough. Tons and tons of chances. So much to go wrong as well, because look at On Grind, look where they're sitting on the leaderboard, and remember, we're also eliminating 2 teams today.
Yeah, I think that's something we maybe glossed over a couple of times because obviously there is so much focus on that grand finals and what it means, and there's going to be 1, or I guess you could say 6 more chances to make it.
Я пришел.
But you don't want to be taking those. You don't want to be going for a top 2 position tomorrow.
Вы хорошо справляетесь без меня, да? С просмотром. 2:30. Команда Пинг выехала с места, которое они лутают. Как выглядит зона? Хочется посмотреть на это очень сильно.
Gets just makes it harder and harder for them to close that distance. So it's brutal here if you're one of those squads, but at the end of the day, we want to test teams under pressure. That's a big part of becoming a pro player, getting that competitive experience. It is about just getting used to these high pressure situations. And if a team like MTB or OG is able to overcome that, step it up, a team like SRM or PV aren't able to, well, it's why we separate the pros from semi-pros.
It's tricky. The circle is a bit of a relief maybe for On Grind, as they were in a fantastic position to start this one off. I think it's also so you can try and simple it down as much as you want. It's not just as simple as getting 1 point for Polish Power. That is what they need to pass BBL.
Так, ну что? Вы зону видели уже? Я уже как час тяну бутылку водки.
Impactful shots that they're taking at one of the teams right next to them on the leaderboard. It's looking like footballists are just going to be able to dodge, just going to be able to put themselves in this ridge line. And in an area that's fairly congested for how early it is in the game, footballists are going to be happy to not take a knock here.
Certainly will. Polish Power, though, that is a point, and it is an important one. That's if they can convert it, which so far they haven't been able to do. Crunio looks to try and push off of this and get a bit of an off angle as the rest of the team move in. They now know there is a damaged player in this compound, and it doesn't look like he's got a team. Bystanders are doing everything they can to back away from this because they know that if they go down, if they lose a player, they potentially risk automatic qualification.
They also know it's Polish Power. They know it's a team that will absolutely fly into this compound when they know there's a player healing there, there's a player that just got done with the res, has not the time to reposition. They know that this is a super realistic chance to get breached, and it's a good reaction from Keanu. The guts as well to say, I'm going to be the one driving. I'm not going to be bandaging because I want you to shoot out of this car and put some pressure back towards On Grind. Good game sense, good reaction from the bystanders. They still lose one of their compounds here. They lose half of their 2-2 split. It's not perfect, but it's a good salvage.
But look who's up to their north. It's Foot Esports. Like, this story is right in itself right now. The way it's unfolding is so precarious for so many teams. We look at fellas here holding on to 4th place right now. Sure, they've got a bit of a buffer, so I'd maybe assume that they're safe, but at the same time, I keep caster cursing things and it keeps happening. Win or die, though, I think they're pretty much locked in. I don't think they have any concerns. The same being said for FaZe. So those two teams kind of get free reign on how they want this one to unfold. They could absolutely do everything they can to deny a squad from qualification. If they see a team like Polish Power in the kill feed and think, hey, we don't want to deal with these guys in the final, let's give it one extra attempt to kick them out, I'm sure they're going to try and take it.
I'm sure they will. And we talked about not making enemies. I think when you, especially when you have good reasons, when you have a team that's close to your loot spot, when you have a team that maybe likes to play similar positions as you, a team that likes to rotate camp rotations, and you get caught every now and then, that's massive reasons to try and push them out of the lobby. We spoke about the
Так, где Арти? Арти, смотрите, вот они как всегда, блин, едут. Поляки уже в центре сидят. Артик самые-самые последние. Сверху там еще героики. Ну, блин, они ближе намного. Мы же с вами, чат, не изменили картинку. Она же у меня ужасно яркая, наверное. И вы ничего не говорите.
3 points is all that it takes here, and for a team like Foot Esports, who are already posted up well in the circle, that remember in the last circle that we had that was almost identical to this, they played the same position and they got a hell of a lot of kills.
А мы с вами просмотрели уже целый стрим, да, так?
But at the same time, it doesn't secure Polish Power yet. There are plenty of teams that could potentially make that comeback and close it up. All it's going to take is, for instance, a win from Pink Pony, and they're denied. So there is no chance for these teams to relax just because they're now in the top 6. And I think that they realize that. Fellas, well, they're a little bit more secure, but I think a little bit weight on their shoulders still remains as Michael lands a couple of shots towards Leosh, not able to convert. Fellas, if they see it's win or die, I think they may decide to almost back away and go for, I don't want to say a worse team, but a team that isn't as confident as how things currently stand.
Что-то наяривают. Там Эдди сейчас приедет нафиг. Эдди надо валить отсюда. В него уже въезжают. Но там фейзы подъезжают. Ой-ой-ой!
And just like that, we might lose one of our 8 teams that were struggling for these top slots. Gustav has to be careful, gets nailed by Page. It's a big knock to get. That's a massive amount of pressure relieved. But Diggory's swinging around the side. He's been massive for FaZe this entire tournament. He's doing it again. And
Ой, молодцы.
just Beanie left. He's
фейзы вообще без шансов развалили. Густава, правда, доели. А, не доели.
20 points that he needs to get on his lonesome. That is not something we expect him to be able to do.
Oh, heroic how the mighty have fallen from starting off the year on such a high to now struggling to qualify. Sure, we'll probably see them tomorrow. We expect them.
Сейчас BBL сидят и молятся, чтобы футболисты слились и не сделали фрагов. Привет, здорово.
If you want to dominate your lobby, the best way to do it is by getting some flashy skins, drawing that attention your way and shooting back at them. Remember, 30% of that revenue goes towards the prize pool. So if you like sports, you want to contribute, want to get something in return, that's the way to go about it.
We're going to have a phase 2 here in a second.
Jup.
It's going to donut up. It's going to be fair and square for most of our teams. It is, again, bad news.
Вот опять молодость. Вот тут вообще в сраке тараканей. Надеюсь, он хоть к пацанам пойдет, а не отдельно куда-нибудь. Потому что эта зона...
Might feed a point to one of the teams that need it so desperately. It's almost more desperate when you're at the bottom of this, when you're facing complete elimination. Strong grind, they do a bit of damage, they don't get a kill. They will have to try and find them someplace else.
Be me, get out of here. You don't want to be here. You don't want to be around Polish Power at this point. Look, I know it's going to be hard to get as many points as you want and nigh impossible to potentially is how, well, they don't really care. They're just going to send it in regardless. They are in such a strong position that the chance of them getting knocked out of qualification is very slim. Kate, though, tries to land the spray. Not going to be able to. It's Mad who comes out on top. Pink Venom now with two players both just staying in their positions, hoping for the best. Woxy just healing up, boosting, hoping that Howl aren't able to make a peek, as I think now it is just a bit of a waiting game, trying to bait out Howl to overextending. That Molotov, though, lands perfectly, and that's going to be the end of Pink Venom, except for Kazoo. Surrounded in a 3v1, you can't be favouring him with Sheesh on the backside of this.
That's the other side of things. We haven't really touched on the possibility of this. You can't only try and punish a team. He doesn't see him. Laza, he's fully blind. Oh no, Kazoo's the one that's flashbang, but Laza is the one that's blind. Get your eyes checked. Oh, the angle. Sitting on top of the furniture. That's a player gone for Howl. It's not a massive loss for them. We've talked about it, but they are punishing Pink Venom massively, and that is the thing that has a whole lot of effects. As we see on Grind on the other side, both of these bottom teams are just struggling.
Oh no, Pink Venom now. That is not the game that they wanted. MTB 4 points to equalize it, but remember the tiebreaker now in effect. It is down to the placement. It's on Grind, just hoping to remain in it up against the top squad. It's
Я просто, я не знаю, я в восторге от игры, не могу оторваться, прямо засыпаю. Великолепно. А что они делают, я не понимаю. У Гусяра, видимо, слишком много патронов? Или что?
I think that they know that they're pretty safe. I don't think they're too concerned about playing this strategically, as some of those nerds say.
That is a very dead light bulb right there and then. That looked brutal. Remodeling the Russian way. As they're still looking to clear out their compound. Don't get me wrong on that. Maybe trying to bait a recrash from...
Они боятся драться с ними или что? Гидрокса вынесли вперед ногами.
Not longer part of the equation. That is the team. That is Foot Esports picking up another point, picking up another kill.
Типа,
And the circle once again. It's not a hard shift. It goes fair.
вины, которые 100% проходят, которые на первой позиции в общем зачете, боятся убить команду из 2 человек, которая на последней строчке. Я ничего не понимаю. Вообще ничего не понимаю.
Cobra tries to a couple points of his own, but they're not exactly safe just yet. They aren't locked out of the bottom two, so playing for placement. If they're able to salvage a kill, certainly they'll try, but 15 seconds on the clock till Cobra needs to make a move, and Howl, the team kind of opening up. It might work to his benefit, though, if he's able to backfill quietly, because a team like Howl...
Ну да, это паб, как видишь.
...give you a pretty open area of space to walk into once they've moved on.
Oh, look at that pre-nade. That's close to the Mad. He's got to take one to follow the top. He needs to do so much damage to go quickly. No chance. Scofield is running over almost 4 bullets. Soul Beam he has. But oh no, if he would have connected them.
Да.
Oh, that was so close. Just one of those 4 bullets chunks.
Should have used the bolt. I mean, look, that's rough, all right? That is just PUBG doing PUBG things. I can't fault Beamy for that. It was 4 bullets that he had to shoot with. Usually, you know, I miss my first 10 anyway, so you gotta let him off, but the timing was really unfortunate. They will be safe to go on to tomorrow, but in terms of the grand finals, there's...
Не самый плохой кемп.
Now, FaZe, well, they're almost guaranteed, and getting a very strong position inside zone, directly ahead of where I assume fellas want to try and rotate. They are really being the dictators of this circle and deciding who they want to make it through and who they want to send home packing.
Yeah, the only thing that's given BBL a tiny shimmer of hope, because they are going to be able to at least control a little bit of the area that Footballists or Foot Esports might want to take later on, but still, I'm just looking at the position that Foot Esports is holding right now. I'm preparing for LCQ if I'm BBL, and I know that that's what they've been doing anyways. So they weren't expecting this, but of course it's PUBG.
Ну, Арти, по-моему, без поинтов, да, еще? По-моему, еще без поинтов. За катку. А, вон Нок последовал за этим. Они сейчас с Филой дерутся. И это очень плохо. Они опять играют 2-2. Минус Тигзу, надеюсь. Убей, ну! Фу, это жесть. Что за тайминг был? Вы посмотрите, какая зона просто. Минус Фейт.
Looks to try and grasp onto that grand final spot a little bit tighter. Nades coming down as on grind.
Мирик Юдатек.
Could be horrible for them. Udo needs to salvage every single point that he can, but as he's peppered from all around, surrounded by win or die, you've got to think the odds are stacked against him. The nades will connect, hopefully for win or die, as they now realize this building's clear. They've got to know he's round the back. Leosh tries to bounce one. It is going to be a little bit wide, but as extends, throws some down. Flashes, smokes, blocking the line of sight. Audio cover is there. Uno is just pinned. Molotov surrounding him. I think win or die.
Нихера себе они там решили. Все в пацана в бедолагу влить. У Фила один на ногах остался. И Фейт все еще в ноге лежит. Фейта подняли. Отлично. Отлично. 2 поинта для X. Все живые. Зона в говне. Сколько еще игр? Это последнее. Шиш!
With potentially other teams looking to knock on the door from the north. It's not looking good for MTB Esports. It's not looking good for their chances to stay in this chunks.
I was shaking my head when he threw that nade because I was like, it's going to bounce weird. It's going to bounce weird. Clearly, Sheesh better with their nade usage than I am. Yanni takes down one, finishes off the job. And now we know who we are at least seeing tomorrow. Our bottom 2 teams completely out of it.
Нормально, короче, нормально. Иксы сейчас заедут вот туда, прямо в верхние здания. Нормально должно быть все. Главное, чтобы не к фейзам. Шиши по поинтам обгоняют Артикса. Еще 2 поинта, и футболисты обгоняют BBL.
10 points per game is massive. They are much above that. Win or die, FaZe Clan, they've been crazy, and that's exactly what's been happening on this leaderboard. That's why teams like Team Elite, like Смотрим Esports, are still safe, at least in the respective.
Артикс все еще, если выигрывают эту игру, проходят.
Does he cook it well? We've seen some pretty good util. That nade looks good onto Olsing, but it bounces a little bit too far. He's now got to hold on in the 1v3, but so much cover from afar is coming on in by the rest of Polish Power. Every kill point they get right now is massive. Every second that Norcus is able to hold out makes things a lot harder for Смотрим Esports.
Там гусь выходит еще в спину пацанам.
The util as it's the spray in the end to eliminate Ulsing. Voldemon tries to throw a molly through that window, but still not being able to, as now
Гусь на Зила.
Sarvam losing a second. Polish Power third party from range though, as Marslik finally going to be bleeding out. Win or die, forced to back off by bystanders. As wow, that was a close one. The bystanders desperate for the point, so you can't imagine they're going to turn away from this one. Schofield falls as Howl eliminated. Our top few teams starting to.
Футболисты делают еще фраг. Почти выдавили BBL.
Down goes Norcus, followed by Cappy. It's only Crunio left up. Global Army with the Mini 14 trying to find something, but no. Just prepares to hop in the shack and wait for the rest of his team. But unfortunately, they're not going to come all down, and next to no HP.
Polish Power's out.
Polish Power out. You are right. That is.
That opens up another slot. that is not only good for Foot Esports, that's good for everyone chasing. Look
Polish Power 88 поинтов.
but it's also only 13 ahead of Pink Pony.
Что пинки могут? У эксов -1 и 1 в ноке. Охренительно. Все, ГГ.
Fate is pinged as phase
ГГ.
up. Diggory should be able to finish off the job with that nade, but no. Actually, yes, he will. My mistake. It was.
Ну как так?
First down it goes. Exalt as Diggory tries to switch his attention. It is so.
Ну как так?
Arctics using that smoke for cover. Only got a rock after this though, and that zone is going to continue pushing. Foot Esports now 2 kills on the board. They need to close that distance
ГГ,
a
ГГ.
little bit more, but if they can confirm this point, it might just be enough. Arctics looking to try and potentially deny to zone. It would be very early on and would narrowly deny them 1 placement point. In the end though, that gets
Минус BBL.
into the top 6. And ultimately confirms BBL into tomorrow. There's still plenty more change that can happen, though, with teams like Pink Pony, Sheesh, Bystanders still standing and still 8 squads left to go.
А сейчас все оставшиеся команды, им надо прям очень вырывать хороший результат. Ну, кроме вот этих вот кентов.
We've seen some good things coming out of Savim Esports, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see them tomorrow.
Шишам надо нормально сыграть.
Still trying their best to have an absolute pop-off game. They've been heating up late into this, but they've been heating up. And look at this now, 76, 75, 74. If any of these teams win the game, that's an instant 9 points on that tally. That's instantly just a few more kills needed. That's a few more kills for the bystanders. 5 now and counting.
Так, байстендерсы еще вкормят даже, ё-моё.
With Pink Pony right now, so both of these teams scrapping it out for these points, and it might just.
Ну, футболисты точно прошли, я так понимаю.
The way that they hope. Diggory using the smokes to try and close that distance, get into the circle, but it's easier said than done. Iro, by the way, still up on the top with that SLR, looking down.
Сейчас посмотрим, кто там, Пинк, Байстендерс или Шиши, еще могут залететь вместо Polish Power.
Could try and hold out Bystanders' rotation from this position as long as Foot Esports don't punish them too much.
This is such a rough zone. There's barely any cover. Even Foot on top are going to struggle because they have to move further down from where they are right now. They're just trying to do as much damage as they still can while up there. Pink Pony, you see what they're working with. Bystanders, no more compound for them. They've got to move out. Sheesh, a little bit of lower ground.
Пинкам надо
phase completely open on the west. No one's really got a whole lot of cover to work with. There's again an arm in the
поднажать.
That's going to help a little bit, but Grenders needs that support from Freakill right now. He's making a run through the open. This is super rough.
Убили масенького. Да блин. Развалились опять, ё-моё, эти эксы.
So far it's working. There's a real chance they still get knocked down.
Bystanders also fighting for their lives right now. That's not the way you want things to go.
Nice выпал. Ой-ой-ой.
Nearly eliminated as well, but as the final seconds he breaks that line of sight and narrowly escapes. 45 seconds till phase 6 has consolidated, so these teams now having to make a move. Foot Esports on the top, just doing so much damage from on high. Remember, 1 more point puts them ahead of Polish Power and really does give them a bit of a cushion, which is what every team is looking for right now because nobody has one.
Что там за last chance еще будет? И когда он будет, вот у меня вопрос.
Very reasonable to expect one of these 3 teams that are hunting right now to pop off. 2 of them to make that 10-point jump. I don't know if it's mathematically possible, but it's very unlikely. So footballists pushing themselves past Polish Power is something that they would really love to see. And it's something that's very realistic as well here. Freakill gets another knock.
Вот это зажались, пацаны, тут, конечно.
They've got to get into their smokes and start moving. They have another breather. They have another minute. Circle is not just moving out of their corner just yet. The minimap had me a little bit fooled. Which means another reset, another res, but they've already committed smokes outside of that wall chunks and they're not using them right now, which means
Че, фейзы эту карту могут забрать? Забила в ноке. Ну, пинкам тяжело будет, байстендерсам тоже. Я думаю, что байстендерсы точно сдохли, а вот пинки...
As I don't really see much chance of them getting out, which sucks to say for a team that had such promise, that have had massive performances.
Ну, так нифига тут ЛГшечка-то.
As with so many others has been
Риныч в ноке.
Smoke wall is out to try and make the cross, but Grendis has already spotted it and found a bit of damage onto Hjort, sorry, as Keanu returns that fire. Bystanders get a bit of an opening, but they are just being punished by Foot Esports and Pink Pony, both teams that are desperate for these points. One nade might just finish off the job as only Hjort stands. It's the shots through the
Байстендерс отлетают. Пинки отлетают. То есть у нас теоретически только шиши могут выбить поляков.
It's another heartbreak for the bystanders. It's what they're used to at this point. They always miss out by a few points. This time it's a 10-point margin, so maybe even more.
Но это очень маловероятно.
Groups and super weeks and such. It's good news for Foot. Look at the amount of kills they have. Look at the amount of points they have. They are now basically safe. Polish Power are still praying that Sheesh doesn't win this game. They're praying that Sheesh doesn't make it into our phase 8. We still have another shift, remember. The circle coming our way. If that goes hard south, I'm sweating if I'm a Polish Power fan. I'm sweating if I'm a Polish Power player. And then in the middle of it all, we have the quiet Team Elite.
А где я вообще кепку потерял? Сижу без кепки, как этот урод прилизанный, блин. После кепки такой, главное... Ой.
It really almost was a free kill there, but just a little bit wide. Maybe wasn't expecting the Foot Esports player to make a move. Next zone ready to make a pop as we come down to the ultimate end game. Free kill missing again. He's only got 4 balls.
Кепка же прилизывает, капец как.
Misfire or what, but he's probably going to have to pick up a DMR or something relatively soon. Foot Esports need to work their way down this hill, but the beauty of them being in such a position as they have been for the majority of the game is they haven't had to use much util. All of the defensive plays they've been making have actually been taking long-range shots and making their position.
Ой-ой-ой! Ой, ну как так?
The headshot onto free kill, and this could be detrimental for Sheesh, a squad who looks so close to making it, now just getting held out from on high. 10 kills on the board, but can they stack many more?
Oh, that was the moment. If he gets 2 knocks there, there's 2 players looking at him with no helmets, but they land the shots first, and just like that, Sheesh down to 2, not able to make the cross that they might have wanted to.
Ой, хорошо! Шиши фармят. А, забрал футболист фраг у шишей.
Closing the gap to Polish Power. Now Foot finally struggling as they have to come down from their hill. Finally falling by the wayside. So you can see dead in the shack. He has a good angle. The nade finished up all of his teammates. But it's just 2 from Sheesh. Just 2 solo warriors. One on the west, one on the east. Trying to get at every single point of it.
Смогут ли шиши? Я, конечно, очень сомневаюсь.
Scream, who goes down next. Dead has been caught on fire. That'll be the end of Team Elite. So there's only going to be 3 squads remaining, and Sheesh are getting so close.
Да убей ты уже, хорош.
Just manages to find himself a kill onto Westerners. Now Foot try and take control of this zone. Still phase, 2 members left, but Foot Esports are there to shut one of them down. Sheesh need these points desperately. But I'm starting to wonder if they're actually going to be able to get them. They have to outlive phase and do considerable
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Sports. That's not looking likely. Yanni goes down and Sheesh down to just a solo. We might be seeing him tomorrow after all.
Oh,
хорошо.
Nail biter. Now FaZe is coming in as well. They're supporting Sheesh in some sense. The res barely comes on through. They don't have a whole lot of smokes left. They have a few, not a lot of util. But just 1 or 2 smokes go a long way in a circle like this. The question is, where can they get the peaks in? Where can they get the frags in? Because build alone are not going to do it. Need to get the win at this point. Gustav found by Foot, and look at the angle that.
Нет, шиши не пройдут.
They've got the DMRs. They're knocking it
Обидно.
down. Chance for Sheesh to break on in.
Поляки точно на очке сидели все это время. Короче, должен быть еще last chance какой-то. Я не знаю, в каком виде, как... Ну, по крайней мере, Скуп говорил, что должен быть. Я, честно говоря, не знаю. Мы можем с вами посмотреть, погуглить, конечно.
That meant that come the end game, when they had the high ground, when they had all this control, they were just able to use every bit of util and break down those remaining teams. Really, really impressive way to end it for Foot.
Crazy way to end it, and we said it earlier. There needed to be 6 teams heartbroken, and a lot of them were. The Bystanders got close, Pink Pony, all in that late game together with Sheesh, and Sheesh the one that maybe gets closest, but oh man. 6 slots is not a whole lot when he's got so many teams fighting for it.
Ну, короче, по last chance ничего нету. Пока, я не знаю.
And I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about all of this.
That's right, the last game, never in doubt, all right? Never, Polish Power, never, not a single doubt in my mind. But anyway, we've got Saga as well as Froz here. Froz, let's talk to you first, because for esports, this is a huge performance for them to be able to get themselves into the grand final. For me, this is a win of never mind anything else, considering how they came into.
Короче, завтра будет last chance, я так понимаю, поэтому... Не знаю, в каком виде и чё и как. Так что, ну что, чатик, всем спасибо. Увидимся тогда завтра. Не знаю. Тарков, не Тарков, посмотрим. Всем спасибо. Пока-пока.